The Academic Goals and Instruction Improvement Committee will begin. Thank you. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Beebe?
Present.
Dr. Beebe is present. Ms. Bofi?
Here.
Ms. Bofi is present. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Bradford is present. Mr. Garvey?
Here.
Mr. Garvey is present. Mr. Gio is not present. Ms. Hill?
Present.
Ms. Hill is present. Mr. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Lee is present. Dr. Moranti?
Present.
Dr. Moranti is present. Ms. Orange Jones? Mr. Romer? Mr. Romer is present. Ms. Smith is not present. And Ms. Campbell? Ms. Campbell is present. You do have a quorum.
Thank you. First item.
Your consent agenda is ready for approval, adding items 3.1, 3.2, 5.1, and 5.2.
Do I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Ms. Bofi and Mr. Romer, seconded. Any objections to this motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is item 3.3 on page 23. Consideration of a request from an LEA for a waiver of policy contained in Bulletin 111, Louisiana School District and State Accountability System, submitted by the State Superintendent of Education. The department recommendation is to deny.
Do I have a motion?
Wait, we're on page 23?
Yes, ma'am.
23?
23.
23, item 3.3.
The rest was consent. Yeah.
Move to deny and a
So you want
second.
to deny this?
Any comments from board members?
I have a non-specific comment on this, but on the waivers in general, if I may. And I'm not specific to this, but the other waivers were on the consent agenda. We get a lot of these waivers every year, not this particular one, but I'm talking in general. I'd like, if we can, it can just be, it doesn't need to be brought back to the board, but an analysis done of which waivers are consistently asked for, and has that improved? For instance, the foreign language waiver that was in a previous item. Are the same districts asking for that waiver every year, or is that list getting smaller? Just some general background. Again, it doesn't need to be a board report or anything, but if DOE could follow up with us on that.
We will. I think we might be having some microphone problems with a couple of the mics. I know some folks were having a hard time hearing, but I think we're okay now. We will follow up with that, Bridget and Aaron. We can prepare a report of the consistent waivers. Let me just say, with respect to this one specifically, this related to what you saw, the discussion that was had earlier with respect to Colonel Davis from the Military Academy, Marine Academy. We are going to bring a policy change in response to this, rather than waiving the policy retroactively. And so next month you will see a policy change that will reflect the problems that this waiver request calls out. We think that's a better solution than trying to go back and recalculate post hoc the letter grade for this school. But we will also take note of Mr. Romer's request and bring that report to the next meeting, and we can request that it be on the agenda.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Madam Chairman?
Garvey.
Are we on the issue right now about the request for a change or
3.3.
request for a change in the letter grade?
Yes, this is a request to exempt the school from or waive provisions of Bulletin 111 for the calculation of this school's letter grade.
Okay, and Superintendent, you mentioned that you are going to bring a proposal to change the way we calculate, but not to change it retroactively.
Correct.
Okay. My understanding is that the officials at this school are having a difficult time explaining the situation to some people, and may be looking for you to issue some kind of written explanation that would help them explain to other people what happened and why the results are what they are.
Yes, and we're in. You're right, and we're in conversation with the colonel about that.
Great. Thank you.
We have two public comment cards. Carol McCall. She waves. Colonel Bill Davis.
While Colonel Davis comes up, members, I can just give you some brief context. This is a school that does not or did not have a senior class. It rightly allowed 4 of its students to graduate early. Those 4 students' ACT scores were counted, and some of them were quite good and some of them were not as good. They were counted equally to how the school's end-of-course tests were counted, and those were hundreds of kids. And I believe that the concern arises out of how can you count 4 tests equivalently to how you counted hundreds of tests. Very legitimate concern, and we're going to be bringing a policy fix to it in response to the Colonel's urgings next month.
Colonel, before you begin, I just want to remind the audience that we will be holding to a 3-minute time period, and we appreciate your adherence to that. Also, if you would like to speak on any item in this agenda, please be sure you have your card in as soon as possible. Thank you. Colonel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like we pick up where we left off. You know, we jumped straight to this. I think Superintendent White pretty much took a lot of the air out of my sails, because that's a lot of what I was going to come to discuss. I just want an opportunity in public on behalf of cadets, the teachers that strive very hard to provide a good education and made tremendous progress, as I noted in my previous testimony, to see that reflected in a simple grade. When you look at the school's grade, when you look at the report card online, every metric is pointed in the upward direction, and yet in the case of the ACT metric, it is reported as not applicable or not allowed in A, because the number, as Superintendent White, is so small that you can't even put it out in public. And so that's what I mean about it's very difficult to explain how did you guys go from a B to a C when everything seems to be headed in the right direction. And so it's very frustrating. As we noted, we tried to do the right thing. We accelerated some students that came to us that had repeated 9th grade, and we got them on track for success. And we had some students that were doing a very good job, and we want to make sure they got to do the right thing. So it does feel a little bit like a policy has put us as an anomaly, got us caught in the crosshairs, to where it's not a true reflection of what all we've done. When you have 600 EOC scores that are just right there at the top of 20%, almost 20% improvement, is offset by a handful of scores that we can't even actually report in public because of concerns over FERPA. And I understand, Superintendent White's staff and I have talked over this quite a bit, as the superintendent I have as well. But you know what? We still disagree on that. I understand his point and the point of the BESE board, but it certainly doesn't seem fair or equitable to offset a small number versus such a large number of improvement and have this school's progress be held back by that small number. And I appreciate your consideration. I understand it's against policy to apply things retroactively, and it's great that we're going to discuss it in January, because I think this policy will have continuing effect on other schools. We're not just the only anomaly, that will have an outweighed balance in the school performance score equation. So thank you very much for my...
Thank you, Colonel, and hopefully we will get this straightened out for the future. That is the end of our public comments. Any objection to this motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. Next item.
Next item is on page 29, page 27. Consideration of a discussion regarding the spring 2015 assessments for grade levels 3 through 8. This was added to the agenda by Dr. Beebe, and the recommendation is to receive.
I need a motion.
I move. Second.
I have a motion by Dr. Beebe and a second by Ms. Hill.
Members, in 2010, this board and the governor and the state superintendent committed to tests to start in the spring of 2015 that are aligned to the Common Core expectations in English and math, and the state will be administering those assessments this spring. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Dr. Beebe.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. The reason I added this item to the agenda is because there appears to be some confusion within school systems, and I think that clarification is needed based on, in fact, I think it was as early as July, Governor Jindal removed us from the state from the Park Consortium. And then there was later a lawsuit filed by Hill et al., consisting of teachers and parents. And of course, a judge ruled in favor of Hill et al. And of course, Superintendent White, you said we would proceed, we would move forward, okay? So the question that remains for me is, do we have a contract with Pearson to deliver the assessment? And what is the role of the Data Recognition Corps?
We do not have any contracts with Pearson. Data Recognition Corp. is our testing services vendor and has been for 15 years.
So with the, as far as the assessments are concerned, you know, we often refer to them as PARC. Well, we know that PARC is a consortium of systems, of states rather. And I think to date there may be 10 remaining in the consortium.
I believe it's more like 15. I think 12
15.
or 12 are taking the test in the first
Okay,
year.
so where will we, if we don't have a contract with Pearson, and I'm sure the contract was between PARC, because we are there, you know, within the consortium, there was a contract for the development of assessments. Is that factual?
The memorandum of understanding that the governor and the BESE president and the state superintendent signed in 2010 outlines a process by which one state will contract with a lead vendor, and then other states may join into that contract. That's not what's happened in Louisiana, but other states may do that per that MOU.
So the items, the test items, where do we obtain those?
We obtain them from Data Recognition Corporation, which is the testing services vendor in Louisiana.
Okay. And so the Data Recognition Corporation will basically, what is the role of Data Recognition Corp?
They publish the test, they print it, they ship it, they train administrators on it, they take it back, they score it, they security check it for improprieties, they issue public reports like the LEAP report every year. Same thing they've always done.
Well, I thought at one meeting you stated that the Data Recognition Corps could not do all of the above, as you just mentioned.
Yes, I think that is your Hill et al. Lawsuit. That was pre that lawsuit. The Hill et al. Lawsuit allowed them to continue doing that.
So the items that our folks will receive within the to administer, these are items that PARC developed, or within the PARC consortium. These are items. Now, I know there are discussions that they are Louisiana developed. Was that pre-Hill et al. Or post-Hill et al.? Louisiana developed items.
I don't understand your question.
Well, the assessment items that will be administered, the assessments that will be administered to our students, were they developed and reviewed by Louisiana educators?
Yes, and that the most recent time they were reviewed is when they were drafted. They were reviewed by a committee of educators, including Louisiana educators, and then they were field tested with nearly 50,000 students in Louisiana last April. These are the same test questions, same ones that were field tested with 50,000 kids last year.
Okay, so again, if we have no contract with PARC, is that a true statement?
Well, PARC is not a testing services vendor. You asked earlier if we had a contract with Pearson. Pearson
Exactly,
is
and
hold
I'm
on,
aware.
let me finish. Pearson is a testing services vendor. It's not our testing services vendor, though. Our testing services vendor is DRC. And that was what I was saying all last summer, is that we have always had a contract with DRC to do all the things that I mentioned before. Now, that contract was temporarily suspended last year. That's when we had all these discussions you and I are talking about today. The lawsuit changed that. So now that contract's back in place.
Well, with that being litigated, and I don't know when the case will resurface, the appeal, but what happens if it's ruled that action taken in support of Hill et al., where would we be? If it's voided, you know, if the case is heard, because isn't it under appeal?
It is under a suspensive appeal, meaning that action is to continue as status quo until a court decides to intervene in any way. And there's no date scheduled, there's no proceedings being had.
So we don't have to be prepared in the event that, so what you just stated is that there is no fear of a ruling being put forth that would be contrary to Hill et al.
If there's one thing the last 3 years has taught me, it's don't speculate on litigation and court proceedings, so I'm not going to do it.
Okay. And so the contracts, one more comment. So the contracts that we'll approve under administration and finance, these are items developed, as I understand it, by teachers. So in essence, could you explain that process? Once developed, they send those to Park?
Could we just cover that item when we get to? I don't know what item you're referring to. There are no Park questions related to on admin and finance this year. This meeting, I don't believe, but I'm happy to address whatever questions are related to that item when we get there.
So,
Thank you.
For those in the trenches, and I know there have been discussions among this board, because I received an email from an education stakeholder that says that we don't have a contract with, or a memorandum of understanding with Park. So I'm just confused how we can get assessment items and we're not even a part of the consortium.
Well, the questions on any test are developed by educators. They are delivered by a testing services vendor. That's the way the LEAP has been for years. The LEAP questions, or the iLEAP questions, for example, are not all made by DRC. DRC's job is to deliver them. So this is no different from any other test, as has been the case in Louisiana for years. But the vendor with which we have a contract is DRC, as it has been for 15 years.
Okay.
Thank you. We have one comment card, Lee Barrios.
Maybe you can better articulate it, Lee.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher, St. Tammany. So I know the trick to getting an accurate answer is to ask the right question. I was a teacher, right? So just for clarity, so right or wrong, what you're saying is that the test that our students that are going to take in the spring is not the test produced by Pearson for the Park Consortium. Is that correct?
Madam Chairman, if it's okay to you, I don't think that this should be a back and forth between me and an individual commenter. If she has a comment, I'm happy to receive it.
I would say this
but-
is not a question and answer session, but I'd love to take your comments.
Although some people are allowed to ask questions and answer, but
And I
anyway.
apologize for that, but we'll try not to this year.
All right, then I'll throw it out there, and if I make a mistake, I'm sure you will respond. So I'm understanding that the test that our students will take in the spring is not the test that was contracted through New Mexico on behalf of the consortium for the Park test. That's my understanding, that DRC is going to actually produce that test. The second part of my commentary is that we've been told in response previously to the question of state tests that LEAP is what the spring test is called. It doesn't signify a specific test, but whatever the test is that's given in the spring is called, under the law or the statute or policy, the LEAP test. And yet you're calling this the Park test. Third comment is, how legal is it to call a test that wasn't produced by Pearson under contract with Park the Park test? And lastly, the idea that states would be able to compare results of tests, even within the Park consortium, is bogus, because they will not be taking the same tests. And I'm sure after this there's still going to be confusion. And everybody in my parish is confused about what test is going to be given. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berrios. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none. Next item.
Next item is item 3.5 on page 28, consideration of a report regarding ACT and advanced placement participation and scores. This was added to the agenda by Ms. Smith, and she has requested that we defer this item until January 2015.
So moved.
We have to have a motion.
I'll move
Motion
to
and a
defer
second by
January.
Ms. Hill. Any objection to the motion? Next item.
We do have a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have a comment card.
Yeah.
Lee? Okay.
Next item is on page 29, item 4.1, consideration of the BESE approved disciplinary hearing officers list. The department recommendation is to approve.
I have a by Dr. Moranti. Do I have a second by Mr. Garvey? Thank you. Any comments, Superintendent?
Members, Act 570 of this legislative session says that the department must establish a discipline hearing officers list. These are people that school systems may contract with to oversee the appellate process for disciplinary hearings for tenured educators. They may select from these people randomly, and in particular will do so if they themselves do not have an adequate list from which to do. At the last meeting, you approved the process by which BESE is to conduct this or establish this list. Here you now have in front of you the names of eligible people on this list. I should finally say that the law establishes a very clear definition of who is eligible for this. So this is not that we or that you randomly picked a bunch of people. The law says these are people who are eligible. These people said they were willing to serve, and based on whatever criteria are in the law, we selected these folks. The list is here for your approval.
Mr. Garvey?
Yes, I have a question for the superintendent, if he doesn't mind. You mentioned that this is a state list as opposed to a list maintained by the LEAs. How do the LEAs make their list? Do they just take?
They have it is required to be random, but per the same criteria that we use. In other words, there are classes of people per their professional credentials who are able to serve in this capacity. School systems can generate random lists, and we have then developed a tool by which they can generate or randomly select from their list or from our list the hearing officer. Gary Jones consults with each of the superintendents. If they'd like to use the tool, and I know that started happening in some parishes, they can randomly identify the person from their list.
And the qualifications that they need to use to put people on their list is in writing somewhere?
It's in the statute, actually. It spells out, for example, certified arbitrators, for example, are eligible to apply for this service, and it establishes, I believe it's, Gary, three or four categories of people who are able to be in this process.
Thank you.
Go. Any other comments or questions? Any opposition to this motion? Motion carries. I'd like to take an opportunity to do something I was remiss in doing, and that is welcoming our student representative, Ms. Haley Campbell. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for serving. Next item.
Next item is item 4.2 on page 32, consideration of approval of TOPS Tech Early Start Training Providers. The department recommendation is to approve.
Do you have a motion? Thank you, Dr. Moranti. Second, Mr. Garvey. Yes, Mr. Superintendent.
Members, this is an important item, not just because of some of the good people who are here today to talk about it, but because it has broader implications that I want to make you aware of. This is a result of a change in the law from this year that now allows TOPS Tech dollars, which are TOPS scholarship funds that go to students who did not get a four-year university category of TOPS. They can now use this not just in community colleges, but also in technical training centers. And you'll know that I see our friend Robert Kulat is out in the audience, who runs the Associated Builders and Contractors program, and they've been a great partner. If you go out to Highland Road, Robert and his team are training nearly 200 Ascension Parish kids out there who will graduate being NCCR Level 2 electricians and welders. Now, you can do that not just as a high school student, of course, but most of ABC's programs are for kids who are after high school. This now allows for state scholarship dollars to go toward his students. Robert, I'm probably screwing this up somewhere, but getting their NCCR credential to go on and have a lifelong profession in our state. So that's important. Now, why do I say that's so important even beyond ABC? It still means these students have to apply for the FAFSA. They have to go through that whole financial aid process. And next week, we're going to want to talk with you and the regents at our joint meeting about the degree to which students are completing the FAFSA. Because what this should show is that completing the FAFSA now is not just if you want to go to Southern or LSU or UL. It's actually about, do you want to go to ABC or to the St. James Parish Career Center? And I say that to you to say that we've got to get beyond the FAFSA being this thing for kids who are quote-unquote university bound and get to a point where it is the norm, or else we are missing on huge economic opportunity for kids who aren't going to four-year universities. But this is a great opportunity, and we're very excited to bring these two providers to you now. BESE has the ability, I believe, Aaron, to approve up to 5 of such providers. And we'll look forward to having that discussion with you. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Hill.
What qualifies the providers to become a BESE Top Tech training providers? What were the criteria, and were there any public notice put out in the public for individuals to apply? And if so, why did we select these two individuals? Like, what is the process, and why were these two chosen, and what's the qualifications for approval, for recommendation for BESE?
I believe the board approved the RFA. The board approved the RFA several months ago. It was put out after board approval. There were a number of applications brought in. They're online applications. There is a Louisiana Department of Education interview. There's also, however, a Workforce Investment Council interview. So as with many Jumpstart type decisions, we make this with the Workforce Investment Council. The criteria are a track record of excellence by the organization and its leaders, how well they do with training young adults for potential careers, the question of do the courses for which, or careers for which they train kids align to the high-growth, high-wage jobs in our state, quality of teaching, and strength of references are also used as criteria. And we bring these two to you today, although we may bring more subsequently. Now, I would just say in terms of strong track record, you've heard me talk about the Bayou and the Pelican chapters. That is a New Orleans area and Baton Rouge area training facilities for ABC. But St. James is a school system that can now receive TOPS Tech funding, and if you've been to the St. James Career Center, you know how good the work over there in Lutcher is. So these are good possibilities, but there's the possibility for more that you can authorize as well to get kids who are not for university bound and may not even be LCTCS bound participating for free, essentially, in getting these workforce credentials.
Questions?
I'll comment. I want to commend the superintendent and the Board of Regents on this work. This is, I think it's being underplayed a little bit here because it's not controversial, but it's a huge step in developing a workforce and developing pathways for students who might have a need or a desire to do something other than a traditional four-year college path. So I really commend you. I think this is, we've been waiting for this kind of step to happen for some time, the idea of using our resources efficiently to improve outcomes, and this is a step in that direction, and I want to applaud you and ask you to continue with this good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none. Any objection to? Any objections to the motion? Motion carries. Next item, please.
Next item is on page 34, item 4.3. Consideration of recommendations to authorize course providers for the Course Choice Program for school year 2015-16. The department recommendation is to approve.
I need a motion. Dr. Moranti, second by Ms. Buffy.
Members, we are bringing you 5 course choice providers, and what you'll see here is a common thread of us trying to leverage the public assets to generate private activity to provide these experiences for kids. We're going to, in the next couple of weeks, give you a report on the successes and challenges of course choice from last year, but I can tell you, just as our initial ballpark, is that we have increased enrollments in course choice by nearly a factor of 10 over the last year since the pilot that you authorized last year. You should know that the largest provider is our higher education system of such courses, but we run the gamut from language courses in places where they haven't been able to staff French or Spanish language teachers, all the way to ABC. And so you see today in front of you a very diverse set of providers that we think will fill important niches. And let me just give you some examples of these. The Urban League of Greater New Orleans, for example, will be providing a career readiness course through Course Choice. We really have struggled with the quality of our career readiness courses. And in a city with unemployment, especially among young men, as high as it is, the Urban League taking responsibility for educating middle and high school kids on career readiness is a huge step forward. You see the youth, and there's its executive director, Erica McConduit, right on cue. The Youth
CEO.
Empowerment Project.
CEO.
Oh, I stand corrected. Huh? Maybe I'm the executive director now. Huh? The Youth Empowerment Project provides GED services for severely overaged and undercredited students who are not on track to graduate from high school, but it provides a wraparound services model that allows those students to receive mentoring and GED-type services. So you see that these are courses that the traditional system struggles to provide, and that these are filling an important niche, and they're critical to Jumpstart, and they're critical to the overall process of getting kids ready for college. So look forward to, and for career. Look forward to hearing your comments. Thank you.
Any other comments? Hearing none, any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 39, item 4.4, consideration of the fall 2014 reading report. The department recommendation is to, number 1, receive, and 2, direct the LDE to submit to the legislature.
Do I have a motion for this item? Do I have a motion? Thank you, Mr. Garvey. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Bofi. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, any opposition to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 68, item 5.3, consideration of an update report on the Accountability Commission. The department recommendation is to receive.
Do I have a motion for this item?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you, Ms. Bofi. Any questions or comments on this item? We have one public comment card. Ms. Barrios.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher, St. Tammany. Just a few comments on the Accountability Commission. I've been able to attend several of them, but first comment, we're still waiting for Dr. Harris's report on value added, and it's my understanding that the primary goal of the commission is to make a determination on either the continued use or changes to the value added component of Compass, because that's what Act 35 was specifically about. And that really hasn't happened. Value added hasn't been really addressed by the committee. And it's sort of predicated, it would seem, on Dr. Harris's report. So again, I'm wondering when his report is going to be available, since the committee has to make their ruling, I think it's 60 days prior to the legislative session. Also, regarding the Accountability Commission, that of all committees and meetings, I think, is one that's so important for teachers, every teacher in the state, to be able to follow and to participate in. And yet, I found out when I asked for a recording of the last meeting that meeting is not recorded. So I would request Superintendent White, because I understand that's a Department of Ed committee, that you actually audio tape record those minutes so they can be available to the public, and particularly to teachers. Also, the minutes are not very informative. They simply record that the meeting took place in this instance, and it references attachments that were presented, which were 200 and something emails from teachers, and also a report by Herb Bassett, it was presented on value added. And they weren't included in the BESE materials, at least the ones that are on the table. And I'm wondering, are they actually included online as so that they're available to the public? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrios. Any other comments from Bessie?
I just wanted to ask Superintendent White, there was a scheduled Accountability Commission meeting yesterday. It was canceled. And now, is the meeting tomorrow a meeting of the Accountability Commission, or are you going to give a report? I thought I read in a pack.
The BESE meeting tomorrow?
Yeah, at 1:30.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a policy forum on educator preparation. Yeah. I believe that there's another meeting in the process of being scheduled. The bill author couldn't make the December 1 meeting, and the majority of members couldn't make December 1, so they decided not to do December 1. I think the report from Dr. Harris is due soon. I don't know when it's going to be completed, but it certainly will be well in time. And we understand the committee wants to take up value added. They've been discussing value added, and I'm sure they'll continue to. And the findings are due in 2 months, and they'll be delivered on time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any other comments? We have a proper motion second. Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is item 6.1, consideration, and that's on page 70, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators relating to Taylor Opportunity Program for Students, Honors Course Standards. The department recommendation is to approve.
Do you have a motion on this item? Thank you, Ms. Bobby. Thank you, Ms. Orange-Jones.
Members, the law now aligns TOPS requirements with more rigorous courses, so that if you take an AP course or a dual enrollment course, you get extra points in your TOPS GPA. You and the Board of Regents passed that implementation policy a year ago, and it was addressed with the bill author, Senator Nevers, that honors courses were not included in that set of courses. We have followed his direction, the legislature's direction now, to include some honors courses in that framework. And what you're now seeing in front of you is the policy recommendation on how honors courses and which honors courses should be included in giving kids extra weight in their TOPS GPA.
Thank you, Superintendent. Any other comments or questions from BESE members? I'm reminding you that this is a notice of intent. Any objections to the motions? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 73, item 6.2, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 1530, Louisiana IEP Handbook for Students with Exceptionalities, to amend the Law 1 participation criteria. The department recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent.
Thank you, Ms. Bovey. Do I have a second? Thank you, Dr. Moranti. Any comments or questions from BESE members? Superintendent?
Members, this is an important policy with significant system-wide implications. We've got a lot of those today, Madam Chairman. As you know, there are a number of what I'll call lines that demarcate certain groups of students. And it used to be that there were two groups of students within students who have disabilities that were allowed to take an alternate curriculum and an alternate assessment. The federal government has phased that out so as to create only one category. And Louisiana has historically had, relative to other states, a very small category of such students. These are students who have mild, moderate cognitive disabilities predominantly. Mm-hmm. And such students don't take the LEAP test, they don't take the end of course test, they don't take the ACT test. It probably wouldn't benefit those students to do so. So we've kept that category very, very small in the past, but part of the reason is we knew there was a bigger category into which students who might have been on the borderline could go. We're recommending that because that second category has gone away, that we expand this category slightly to make it more normed with other states. We have had the most stringent standard in the country on this. We think that opening it up a little bit will allow that and will allow appropriate students, should their parents consent, to be referred for alternate assessment. That's all this does today. This is part of an overall set of policies that you'll be considering in the months to come regarding in particular, the high school, but really all kids' trajectory of students with the most significant disabilities. This is an important step. It is one that gained the support of the Special Education Advisory Panel, and we are bringing it to you today. I'm happy to talk through specifics, but that's the outline.
Thank you, Superintendent. Other questions or comments? We have one public comment card. Susan Vaughn.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. Susan Vaughn, Director of Special Education in Ascension Parish, and I also bring greetings from my superintendent, Dr. Patrice Pujol, who also is very supportive of this change in the law. Even with the enactment of Act 833, there are still some students who were former in that other group that we're missing. They're in Carnegie Unit classes. They can't pass them even with the major modifications, and they get very discouraged, and we can't provide other programming for them because they're locked into the accountability system. And this little bit of leeway allowing them to move into that other category will give us greater flexibility and opportunity to program for them successfully. So thank you.
And this was the recommendation of the SEEP Council, is that correct?
It was.
Yes.
And thank you for chairing that meeting.
You're welcome. Any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, any opposition to the proposal, to the motion, excuse me? Hearing none, next item.
Next item is on page 75, item 6.3. Consideration of the proposed Bulletin 137 Louisiana Early Learning Center licensing regulations as required by Act 868 of the 2014 regular legislative session. The department recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent.
I have a motion and a second from Dr. Moranti. Thank you.
And there's a revision that was at your seats. There's one small revision passed out.
Any questions or comments on this motion or this item? Hearing none. This is all for this item?
You can move to public comment.
Okay. Would you rather speak? Okay, go ahead.
Members, let's just talk just for a second about kind of the history and the process on all this stuff before we hear public comment. So I'm going to talk for just 2 or 3 minutes about the rationale and the history and all this, and try to get us to a point where I can give some context on the issues that I think we'll be hearing the most about today. This started, as you know, under Act 3. Act 3 said we're going to bring child care, Head Start, and pre-kindergarten, public and private, together into one unified system. Part of that was putting the control of regulations for such early childhood centers under your authority. And that's what we're here to do today. We're here to make regulations for the first time under this board affecting child care and Head Start and some pre-kindergarten providers. Now, Jenna, probably a year and a half ago, we started with DCFS, with the Child Care Association, with the Policy Institute, with the school boards, with Head Start. We started a conversation about what those regulations would entail. And by and large, we heard 2 things overwhelmingly. Number 1, strengthen health and safety regulations. And number 2, get rid of red tape that doesn't help students or children and doesn't help educators or caregivers. Over the course of the last year and a half, Head Start, school boards, and child care have come together with the state and have engaged in one of the most collaborative, comprehensive review processes I have ever been a part of. And I want to say this at the outset. No matter what differences come out here today, the real accomplishment is that 99% of what is coming to you in front of you is supported by a very, very broad and diverse coalition of people who just 3 years ago would not have been sitting at the same table and certainly wouldn't have been doing it facilitated by state government. So I want to thank our partners in Head Start. I want to thank our partners in child care. I want to thank our partners in the school systems and our partners in the diocesan and other private schools for coming to the table willingly, doing it with creativity and energy and openness and transparency. This has been an unqualified success. Which means that out of hundreds of different rules, it seems that we've happened upon 2 where there is still some concern and disagreement. and that regards whether or not or how fast and with what criteria in place we should decrease the child to adult ratios, especially for 2-year-olds, which has been a long-standing discussion, well preceding our involvement. And second, what role should the state play in mandating specific providers of professional development? I will tell you that all of those partners have openly engaged in this discussion too. I think we are open to a diverse set of perspectives, and I'm hoping that from today's discussion we can help guide you toward gleaning the realities of it and a prudent policymaking process. But on 99.9% of the things that are actually you're voting on, I think you're going to hear nothing but agreement. And I want to thank our partners again, and I want to thank you for all of your efforts in connection with this process. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. We have numerous cards to speak, and we certainly want each one of you to have your opportunity. Though may I suggest that if you have several people from the same group, if you would consider having one spokesperson, then we will give that spokesperson 5 minutes. Otherwise, we will hold you to 3 minutes. Let's get started. Jody Lear. And would also Melanie Bromfifth come down, and Patricia Inslee, and Pamela Miley. If you will all come down to the dais, we can maybe speed this up a little bit. Excuse me.
Good afternoon. My name is Jody Lohr. I'm with the Early Childhood Care and Advisory Council. I'm also part of the pilot committee, and I have daycare centers in Baton Rouge and in Prairieville.
Pull it a little closer to you,
Sure.
please. Thank you.
First, I'd like to thank the superintendent and the early childhood staff at DOE. It has truly been a collaborative effort, and they've been very thoughtful and have taken care to address any concerns that we've had on the writing of the regs from my perspective. I'm just here to offer my full support for Bulletin 137 as proposed by the department. Not everything that I wanted got in, but it is a truly collaborative process, and I just wanted to offer, I thought the document that they came up with was very well-rounded. So I know the document protects children and families. In my committee, it was proposed that we drastically reduce the ratio for 2-year-olds. I'm not in favor of that for several reasons. Louisiana is the most affordable state in child care, as according to NACRA. The reason that it is such is because it's group care and it's shared costs. If we go down to 8-to-1, the children, the families at my center will have to pay $2,000 more per year. As it stands, as the department going down to 10-to-1, if we get the funding for CCAP, it's only $500 a year. So I think the unintended consequence, while it's great to go down to 8-to-1, it's going to cost families of Louisiana too much money. And I don't want to be the one to ask them for $2,000. So just like you to consider the unintended consequences of that. And that would be my biggest issue with what came out of my committee. So I just would like to thank the department again for their consideration, and I hope you keep child care affordable in Louisiana. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lohr. Melanie, Ron. I'm sorry, hold on. Yes.
I just wanted to ask the previous speaker, I didn't know what your star rating was.
We just started participating in the star rating system right before y'all switched to Act 3. So we stopped participating in star rating and started the pilot full force.
So it's currently a 2?
2 stars.
2 star. Thank you so much.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Ms. Bromfifth, I think is speaking for several people. Is that true?
Yes.
Thank you for telling me that.
Thank you. A few people gave me their time.
Very good.
But I'll try to be succinct. First, I would like to begin by, I'm Melanie Bromfifth with the Policy Institute for Children. I'm sorry. And I would
Melanie,
like to
pull the microphone a little further. There you go.
Is that better?
Thank you. Better.
Thank you.
Yes.
I would like to begin by thanking and affirming what the superintendent said, that There are many excellent provisions in these regs, and we are grateful for all the hard work of all the folks who were involved in making that happen. It's been the first time, I think, in over 10 years that we have changed the regulations. It's been tried before and not happened due to all the controversy that resulted. So it is wonderful that we are finally moving forward and that there's so many things that are being changed for the better. And I applaud the superintendent and his fabulous early childhood team and all the work that we've all done together. I, too, serve on the Advisory Council. As you all know, Policy Institute is a nonprofit organization that seeks to be an independent source of data, research, and information around young children in our state. And I also serve on the Advisory Council for Early Childhood that y'all created. I would ask to begin if you would turn your attention, though, and as I said, there's much that we applaud about these, and unfortunately we don't have time today. As always, we can't talk about the good stuff. We have to focus on the controversial stuff, so I apologize for that. But there are two things that I strongly, strongly urge you to consider, and consider amending before you pass this bulletin. First has to do with the ratios, as the superintendent suggested. I ask you to look at the picture that is my handout today. I hope that y'all all received that, yes? Do you have that in your handouts, this picture?
No.
Not yet. Oh, please don't take my time for handing this out. You need to be looking at this before
Keep talking. We'll
Keep
get there.
talking?
Yes.
Oh, but it talks about the hand.
We'll see it.
Here's the handout if you will look at it, but you can't get the feeling of this. I got to tell you, I worked hard to get this picture. Basically, it's a picture of a classroom of 2-year-olds in our state. The point is, there are 11 of them. 11 of those 2-year-olds in that classroom. That is the ratio that is in this bulletin today. If you would, please imagine yourself as that teacher in that classroom. Can you remember the last time you were in the presence of even one 2-year-old? Frankly, I do, and I know why they call it the terrible twos. They are not easy folks to deal with. If you were a teacher in that classroom, and again, I ask you to look at the picture, imagine trying to get those children out of the building to a place of safety in the case of a fire. All of those children. If you were the teacher in that room for 6 to 10 hours a day, what do you think would be the quality of your interactions with those children across the day, right? Imagine that. I was in this classroom for 30 minutes. This teacher was amazing. Still, I counted, I think, at least 5 fights that broke out over children who wanted the same toy. I can't blame them, but she was trying to intervene constantly just to maintain calm in the classroom. To say nothing of changing diapers. Many of these kids have diapers still. Washing hands, and doing all the other things that the teacher has to do. The research shows that 2 is one of the most critical times of brain development in a human being's life, right? And the most critical component for the development of a strong and healthy brain is the quality of the interactions between the adult and the child. Again, I ask you, if you're in that room for 8 hours, 6 hours even a day, what would be the quality of the teacher-child interactions? In fact, the report card that you'll be asked to vote on in June, that's being developed now by the department under Act 3, bases the entire grade, as it's currently composed, on assessment of the teacher-child interactions. We are setting these centers up to fail. Worse, we are setting these children up to fail. The national recommended ratio, as recommended by NAEYC, is 1 to 5. We are more than double the national recommended standard, And we're one of only 4 states in the entire nation with such an extreme ratio for our 2-year-olds. Now you've heard and will hear and probably have received emails from providers saying you're going to put them out of business or that the prices are going to soar. In fact, over 170 centers across the state have already lowered their ratios and stepped up to provide quality by voluntarily participating in the current accountability system and achieving 4 or 5 stars out of 5 stars. Most of these will have achieved ratios for 2-year-olds of at least 1 to 8. They are still in business. They're struggling. They're all struggling. There's no question there needs to be more funding. But if we keep the floor this low, we will put them, the high-quality providers, out of business by allowing their competition that's low quality to undercut their prices. These high-quality centers, these are the ones we should be supporting with our policies. These are the ones we want to expand and be sure that our at-risk kids especially can access. Your advisory council recommended that you go down to a ratio of 1 to 8, which is the ratio that's part of the Quality Start system. Now, the regulations as they're currently written tie the drop down, and we always have said it has to be a slow drop down. You can't drop from 1 to 11 to 1 to 8. It should be over time, of course. The regulations, unlike the recommendation of the Advisory Council, currently does tie the drop down of ratios to an increase in funding. This makes sense. I applaud the superintendent for considering this and adding that, and also he has led the bandwagon, and I could not thank him enough for leading the charge to try to find more funding for child care assistance. We desperately need it, and I think it's fair to say that no one has screamed in your ears or the press's ears more about that topic. But what I suggest to you today is, as your regs are currently written, as these proposed regs are written, it's requiring us to go from the 10th percentile for our child care subsidies all the way up to the 75th percentile, and then drop down 1 child in the ratios. I suggest to you that we are giving up too much to get too little when we have such a huge need to go down in these ratios by what is currently written. I would propose to you a compromise, and that is also in your handout behind the picture, that would allow for a more gradual step down in the funding, a more gradual increase in the funding tied to a step down in the ratios where we would at least get to 1 to 9. Now, I know there's been talk about, oh, we can do it later, we can do it another year. It's been 10 years since we've changed these ratios. This is our moment in time, right?
If you'll wrap it up, please, Melanie.
Yes, a more gradual step up in funding for a more decrease of 1 to 9. No matter what you say or do, there will always be an argument that it's going to cost too much. But I suggest to you that the time is now to set our centers and our children on a more realistic course to be able to achieve successful outcomes. We need to have a more realistic move down because we are so far away from where we need to be for our 2-year-olds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Garvey, I heard you first, and then I'll come to Dr.
I
Morenz.
had some questions for the speaker. You heard the prior speaker say that going to a ratio of 1 to 8 would cost $2,000 per student. You mentioned that as currently proposed, or let's say under your proposal, going from 1 to 9, or going to 1 to 9 ratio would require the state to increase funding to the 75th percentile from its current 10th percentile. Would that increase cover $2,000 per student?
It would depend on how we did it. It possibly would if it gets complicated in the way child care assistance is paid, but if we cut out the parent copay, which we now have very large parent copays, I think it would. But I'm not sure. It would certainly, I would have to check where the 75th percentile is. for the funding.
And another question was, your proposal also talks about changing the approval process for trainers, continuing.
Yes, I ran out of time. But that would be the other thing that I would ask y'all to amend. Currently, to be a teacher in a child care center, you only have to be 18 and basically breathing and pass a police check. You don't even need a high school degree or any formal training at all. To give a manicure in our state, you need 500 hours of formal training. To teach children, you need nothing. The only formal training we require are 12 clock hours a year. Currently, the trainer has to be approved. You need to have some quality control on that trainer. It's our only shot at being sure that we get good information to these teachers about child development. So I'm very concerned that in these regs, as they're currently written, there's absolutely no quality control on the trainer or the training. It's left totally in the discretion of the director of the centers, and with actually little guidance to them even on, who is qualified.
Thank you, Ms. Bronson.
And currently, the state has a registration system?
There's currently a registry, and my understanding is that there's discussion about keeping that registry, which is great. I think it's critical that we keep it. But more than keeping just the registry, we need to have the people on the registry be sure to be qualified. We need some quality control on that. So keeping the registry is fabulous, and that's part of what needs to happen. But there needs to be quality control on who's on the registry as well.
Let me provide, if I may, Madam Chairman, may I just provide a couple of pieces of context? I think there are a couple things that should be tweaked there. First, the registry, I think there is every intent on our end to maintain the registry and maintain a quality review of anyone on the registry. The question is whether to mandate the use of that list or allow, for example, a center's head to provide the professional development. Second, while the state does have, should we say, lower grade requirements for eligibility for child care teaching, we are taking that up at the next Early Childhood Task Force meeting and plan to come back to you and recommend, and have been very public about this, that over 5 years, all child care educators have at least a CDA degree, or a kind of intermediate term associate's degree, which is an enormous shift in the costs associated with providing child care, as well as the professional development quality. Certainly not to contradict anything that Melanie said, but it somewhat adds some context.
Superintendent, may I ask, though?
Ms. Bronfman, we have another BESE member that wants to ask a question.
I'm so sorry.
Dr. Moranti.
Okay. Attorney Bronfman, I just have a question. I certainly applaud those 175 centers that voluntarily reduced their ratio. But I want to know how many are serving the low socioeconomic families. Correct. I also want to know if they're in rural areas.
Dr. Moranti, would you repeat your questions and speak a little louder?
I was saying I certainly applaud their reduction in the ratio, but I want to know how many of those 175 centers are servicing low socioeconomic families and are in rural areas.
I don't know. I don't have access to that data. And the superintendent may know. I don't have that. I do know that many of those 175, many of whom are here today, not close to 175, but they're quite a number, who do serve low-income families. And happily, the current quality rating system is set up to incentivize. So if you're higher quality, you get paid more under our current rating system through the school readiness tax credits and through bonuses, so that it supports and incentivizes folks to step up and improve quality. So I think you'll be hearing today, in fact I know you will, from quite a number of centers whose mission is to serve low-income kids who are 4 and 5 stars. But I don't have access to the data of where are they in rural areas, and how many of the 175
Thank you, Ms. Bronfman.
But may I ask something about the superintendent, when you were saying about having a CDA?
I'm going to remind you this is not a question and answer session. I'm sorry, but we do appreciate you coming and expressing your content, and I'm sure if you'll put it in an email to him, he'll be happy to answer.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I didn't get to finish the questions that I had.
Sorry.
I did have at least one more. You mentioned that 170 centers are currently
4 and 5 stars.
following a lower ratio of 8 to 1.
Or approximating that, yeah. They may not be all the way down, but they're down below 11 to 1.
What 170 makes up roughly what percent of the centers in Louisiana?
My math is terrible. It's not a huge percentage.
I think it's 10%.
Is it 10%? Thank you.
And those 10%, but those 10% are operating either at a profit or break even. They're not losing money,
Yes.
I would presume.
Yes. All right. They're still in business, though, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think that, to be fair, that's for two reasons. One, it's probably for multiple reasons, but there are additional revenues that come when you meet that standard, and I think that's part of that. So in other words, when you meet the standard of not just the class size, but a whole host of other measures, you can achieve more funding. At the same time, I think probably some child care providers would dispute the idea that funding is enough to make up for the loss of revenue that comes with, or I should say the additional cost that comes with lower class size ratios. And when you couple that with the fact that we're adding to the salary burdens by increasing the education requirements, it's a pretty complicated picture, I think. I don't think it's as simple as just saying, well, if those 10% can do it, everybody else can do it. You're talking about hundreds of small businesses, all of which have very different economies, very different constraints, and I don't think we can just say that 10%, what works for them should work for others.
Thank you. Ms. Hill?
Ms. Melanie, this is a really quick question, because I had the opportunity to meet with some providers this past Monday, and their concern is the ratio. In regards to Dr. Moranti's questions, where she raised the excellent question, with the centers that are currently 4 or 5-star centers, how many of those centers are actually servicing low families that are low income? So however, my concern is, after listening to some of the providers, what you're finding, those centers that are 4 and 5-star centers, their rates are extremely high because they have to balance out because the money is not there. So you have those parents that are on CCAP. They're going to the centers that are the cost is much less because the parents is eligible to pay the copay. And that is my concern, because if we begin to lower the ratio without the funding, because we need the funding, then these students will be forced, these centers will be forced to close, and these students will be going into these home day centers where mom and pop and the children will not be ready, kindergarten ready. So I think the idea, theoretically, is great, but when we look at practice, if we don't have the funding to move forward, we're going to fail our children.
Ms. Hill, may I respond? Is that okay to take the?
Very
Ms. Hill,
briefly.
this amendment addresses that. I totally agree with you. And the point is that you won't, under this amendment, you will not decrease ratios unless you go up in the child care assistance funding. So it is totally tied to that, all right? It's just a matter of, in this case, what I'm saying is, and I'm also, in this amendment that I proposed, we'd only go down to 1 to 9. It wouldn't go down to 1 to 8. It would just go to 1 to 9. So from 1 to 11 to 1 to 9. That's it. And only if the amount paid in child care assistance would go up, so that parents could continue to access, hopefully, the high-quality centers, which is where we need them to be. We
Thank
need
you,
all
Ms.
children to be.
Bronfman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Patty Inslee.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patty Ensley, and I'm with the University of Louisiana Lafayette Child Development Center. We're a 4-star center, and for most of y'all, we're a self-generating department, so our money comes from our parents. Okay, we have teachers that are degreed or diplomaed in early childhood. It is stressful. You know, we pray for money daily, like most state agencies probably do. But lowering the ratios, it can't be overthinked. Back in the 90s, 20 years ago, DCFS lowered all the ratios, 1 child from birth to 5. Nobody went out of business. Okay, so I mean, we're asking for 2 children in 1 age group to increase the quality of care. We talk about at-risk children in Act 3 and making sure that we find these children and get services for them. But you can't do it when you have 11 children to one teacher. You're going to miss out on who's at risk, or you will think they all at risk. Either way. So we need to find some type of compromise to make this happen. Yes, it may be the funding. It may be child care assistance. It may be one child at a time. Maybe it's with the money from quality centers. But it has to be moved in some direction, some little movement, so that the quality of care that our children have is much better. When I get to be a certain age, I want a doctor who will know what to do with me. I do not want someone that couldn't get along in the 2-year-old class. You know, I want someone that's educated and have good social emotional skills. And we have to do this with low ratios. It will be hard, but I think there's a compromise we can do and include all the centers to decide how we're going to do it. My other issue is with training. I'm also a Pathways Approved trainer and a child care health consultant with the Department of Health and Hospitals. So we need quality training. We cannot, and it can be a compromise. Out of 12 hours, a director can pick 3 hours to do something their center needs specifically. But if we leave all of this up to the directors and it comes to money and paying for training, we're going to get caught. Someone's going to pay a clown to do balloon training and think that's art class. So we need some type of guidance for centers that need that help to provide quality instruction for their staff and good professional development.
Thank you, Ms. Miley.
I have a question.
Yes.
Now, as it relates to professional development, and you say that you're a trainer, are
Yes.
you paid through the state to provide
No,
that training?
I'm an approved trainer that we have a little nonprofit company that a few of us got together that we do training for child care people once a month, for child care staff.
Okay, so there's no expense to child care facilities?
We charge them $20 a class for 3 hours. And we pay our trainers, insurance, copies, everything with that $20.
So the proposal on the table is to have the professional development, for example, a prescribed curriculum, and then the director of the center would select several courses or classes, and then the director of the program would have the autonomy to supplement, if you will, or to add to the curriculum for the training?
No, and it's not really written well in the proposed regs right now. There's a lot of question on what will the actual training be, or if there's going to be some input from the Department of Ed on some specific topics that may need to be covered yearly. Right now, as long as the trainer is approved to teach a certain amount of courses, most of us try to follow the pilot. We teach things that centers need to have high quality, that staff members may need to deal with 2-year-olds and behavior problems, behavior management, or setting up learning centers, or what's appropriate type of curriculum to have. So it's kind of in the gray area of what it might look like come July.
Okay, and I will say, Superintendent White, the feedback, the emails I have received and phone calls, the concern is whether there is a prescribed curriculum, and whether, some facilities, the directors want the autonomy to provide to their employees those things that they feel relevant to their facilities. So
Yes, and just to pick up on that, there is nothing in this regulation that prescribes one curriculum, although we will support on curriculum. And from a regulatory perspective, all we're saying is we will maintain a registry where we recommend quality providers, but we don't want to get in the way if, say, the head of a center or a principal, him or herself, wants to provide the professional development. And I think that's where some of the issues are coming in. I recognize there's multiple perspectives on that, and that just needs to be heard.
Okay, and as a follow-up, Superintendent White, based on the question I posed regarding the cost for the trainer, if you will, do we have a set dollar amount at this time that will be put forth so that we will know going in, or the facility, the director will know the cost involved for this training? Because while they charge $20, some other group may charge $100.
Yes, but but that's not it won't be standardized at a certain cost, I don't believe. Jenna, isn't that right? That it will not be standardized, right? So we can advertise it, but it won't be standardized.
Well, that would put some businesses, some facilities at a disadvantage, because they may be in a rural area, and then the person delivering the trainer, they may, because of the distance traveled, that might increase the cost, and they may be challenged meeting those training expenditures, if you will.
I would agree.
Dr. Moranti. I know besides the ratio, I am very, very concerned about the quality of training. And I think that there's a lot of way we can think out of this box. And I know that through either the advisory council or educators or whatever, if we did come up with at least 4 training modules of 3 hours each, and they're free, then we don't even have to worry about the cost for the training, and the directors can determine that. And after, but the modules would really discuss the milestones and the interventions if those milestones aren't being reached. How to do that. I certainly would not want an 18-year-old with minimum training to be dealing with birth through 3-year-olds. There are just too many milestones for pre-readiness for this to happen. But I think modules definitely could be developed, the webinars could be developed, and not just put a webinar in front of those that need to be trained, but the director could direct those webinars and answer those questions. There's got to be some alternatives.
Here's how I would just respond. And look, you're going to vote how you want to vote, and this is going to be something that you're going to have to, your personal convictions are going to have to drive you on this, because I see both sides of this. But I would never say to a public school system, you must take this online professional development module. You must hold your staff for 12 hours to take this professional development module. I would always say to them, here's one that we think is good, and you can use it. Here's a requirement you have to meet, but I would never say to them, you have to use this provider. I don't know that anybody on this board would. So if we're saying this to childcare, then it's because we think somehow childcare is unique from public school systems, and that may well be the case. But I want you to consider that if you're a principal or a head of a center and you believe you've got a great professional development program, for us to say to you, you have to take 12 hours of this, is 12 hours of time you have to pay people to supplement things you already think you're doing. And that's the other side of the coin that Dr. Moranti is raising, and I think she makes excellent points too.
Or if you have degree teachers, like our teachers may not need that kind of training. They're already past that. They've been with us for a long time. So it would have to have some kind of unique adjustment when it comes to professional development based on the center and the type of teachers they have.
Thank you, Ms. Inley.
And I do want to say that I'm not looking at it to be the required 4 modules, but we need an alternative and a free alternative.
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
Before you speak, Ms. Smiley, I'd like Mary Lou Maples, Dr. Ashley Lucas, Alan Young, Dr. Jennifer Bentley, Dr. Roberta Vicari to please come down. And I want to remind you, we've only heard 2 speakers. Ms. Miley.
We have to talk faster. All right. My name is Pam Miley, and I've had my center for 41 years. And so I've had a lot of experience in this field. I'm a 5-star center. What I'm seeing now with the regulations is a good thing as they stand now, these new regulations. I am so happy to be in the Department of Education, I could just do a dance. We are so glad to be here. And it's wonderful, the first time to be able to sit down at the table with Head Start, private child care, all of us working together, public school system, and, trying to find common ground. It's not easy, but we're doing a pretty good job of it. We're coming along. I'm a cohort 1 school and a pilot program. We're a quality start school, as we said. The ratios right now are even tough as they are right now because people in Louisiana in many cases are poor. I'm in St. Tammany Parish, which people think of as a rich parish, but I cater to low-income people. I have a very high CCAP amount of people that are barely paying their co-pays. And if we drop in the ratios, what happens is Louisiana has a very high number of in-home situations that many times are good, many times aren't so good. I've seen many of the child care centers in my area close already, just in fear of all this, because this one talks to that one. These new regulations, I'm not doing it, I'm closing. People that have had centers for years are closing. And even my licensing surveyor said to me, well, Miss Pam, I'm here to see you because I don't have the other two to go see anymore, they're gone. And it's getting tight, it's really getting tight. And funding is a big problem. I think it's going to drive people, the lower we go on the ratios, into more in-home situations. I've seen people in my area that have closed schools and just taken kids to their house. We unfortunately don't have a good system of what happens to those people when they just go to their house. Then they're just under the radar. Nobody's inspecting them. They took all the kids with them. The building's closed, and it's just going on. As far as the education component, I have always used Louisiana Pathways. I speak in favor of Louisiana Pathways. The trainers are regulated, under that. And so I feel safe with their trainers. We get to pick and choose. Life is about choice. Whether somebody wants to go to Head Start, go to public school, go to private school, it's about choice. As a director, I can go look on the list for Louisiana Pathways, see a vast array of different topics. I can choose from those topics. What we don't have as private care providers is in public school, if you go to a meeting, you're paid already. If you go to Head Start, you're being paid for being in the meeting. With us, everything falls on us. If we send them to a 3-hour class after work, we've got to pay them for their time, then we've got to pay the trainer. It's harder and harder and harder to get training because all that falls on top of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Miley. Mary Lou Maples.
Yes, hi. Thank you for listening to all of us who have concerns for children. I put on my thing, I represent children. I'm a retired teacher who's always been active in our early childhood associations. One of the comments was asking how many children of the lower socioeconomic were being served. It's even more important for those children to have a lower ratio. When you look at the research that shows children from the lower SES come into schools with 600 vocabulary words that they understand, whereas a child from a higher socioeconomic group come in with 2,000 or more. And the only way that language can be developed is through interaction between the teacher and the child. And they were saying as far as 11 2-year-olds, I'm very concerned that they're only going to hear, stop it, don't do that, share your toys, come here, let me change your diaper, please be quiet, stop crying, let me blow your nose. Now that's not enough words for them to understand so that when they come to us in school, they're born ready to learn, but we have to give them some help. The other issue with the training, I am a Pathways certified trainer, and I would certainly not volunteer to go teach a high school teacher how to teach chemistry. But I have been trained with my degrees in order to address the needs of the children socially, physically, emotionally. A lot of our directors are in the centers, if you gave them just the choice of giving their things, are wonderful people who work very, very hard. I wouldn't want to do that myself. But they are not required to have any kind of degrees in early childhood. So that if we look at the economic cost now, and we certainly don't want to put people out of business, we also need to think, and you as BESE members are more used to thinking in terms of how do we spend money with children in school. If we don't give them the quality interactions they need as 2-year-olds, we're going to be spending a lot more money on them as they get into preschool, 5-year-olds, and to do well and to address all these things. We have to be, as trainers, well-versed on all the research and the methods to help the child and to develop cognitively as well as emotionally and physically.
Thank you so much. Dr. Lucas.
Thank you. I'm Ashley Lucas. It's an honor to speak to you. I'm a general pediatrician and a child care health consultant. I just want to sort of reiterate that Melanie's statement that at the heart of what we want to do here, what all of you have worked so hard for, is to increase school readiness. And I'm sure the idea of that is so that we're not spending money on these children on the back end. And at the core of that is having them arrive to kindergarten socially, emotionally ready, eager, happy, confident, empathetic, all of these skills that are built during their very early years. And there is no other one thing, this is why we're focusing on this, that is so important to that social emotional competence than the interactions that that child has in these early years. With real estate, it's location, location, location. With early childhood brain development, it's relationships, relationships, relationships. That cannot happen in a meaningful way with a child ratio of 12 to 1. I hear and understand some of the financial concerns. I do. I do know that Arkansas and Alabama and other states have somehow managed to do this with ratios of 8 to 1. I hear about, driving some of these children into unregulated family homes. I mean, I'm not an economist, but somehow I think parents may choose a higher quality daycare over some of these family homes, and perhaps that could be a wash. I think there's a lot of unanswered questions here. But my main point is that somehow someone has to fight for better quality care for these 2-year-olds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lucas. Alan Young.
Thank you. My name is Alan Young. I'm Immediate Past President of Child Care Association Louisiana. My name is Alan Young. I'm the Immediate Past President of the Child Care Association Louisiana. And I was one of the lead negotiators on transferring our industry over to the Department of Education. And I cannot tell you how elated we are to be here and to be sitting before you today. A couple of issues I want to cover, and of course we're all talking about ratios. A couple things you need to know. The infant ratio in the state of Louisiana dropped about 10, 11 years ago. The department was mandated by resolution this year to do a study on at-risk children and who was left. Currently in our industry, we serve about 1,467 infants. There are 42,283 infants, at-risk infants, not being served. You want to know what's going to happen if you lower the ratios? This is what's going to happen, because that's what happened to the infants. 22 years ago, the last infant I took is my daughter at Louisiana Tech, who's graduating with an early childhood education degree, secondary education. I'm sorry. You want to know what happens? This is what happens. The reality is, no matter how great 1 to 8, 1 to 9, 1 to 10 sounds, we're the 49th poorest state in the United States. You can't judge or rule or write rules based upon what happens in Shreveport or what happens in Baton Rouge. You have to look at the poorest community that is receiving licensed, regulated care and say, how do we sustain that model? That's where we build from. That's where we have a basis point at. Do I wish we had 1 to 8? Heck yeah, we all do. But our parents cannot afford it. If I was to drop to 1 to 8, my tuition goes up $50 a week per parent. That's simple math, folks. What will happen? I don't take 2-year-olds anymore. They're out the door. I cannot take another lost leader. It can't happen. Not and do what we're expected to do and what people want us to do under Act 3. It cannot happen. I have to choose. Participate under Act 3 or don't. A good point was made, and that you asked somebody else a while ago about star rating. We were a 3-star rating center going to 4. Act 3 passed. We got it negotiated. We did it. We passed it. All in the agreement. We're bringing licensing over. I immediately told my staff, go to 2. They said, why? You don't need a headache. You don't need the pain and suffering. You know why? Reimbursement rates. We talk about this reimbursement rate, this 50 percentile on child care assistance kids and going to the 75 percentile if we drop one. That's only on CCAP kids. And the rate is so fractured right now that parents can't afford it. The average reimbursement rate for a fully eligible 185% poverty child is $1,750. There is no way you would argue before the state of Louisiana legislature to send $1,750 to a pre-K4 class. They would look at you in the school district and think you're crazy. That's what we have to deal with. And we have to go to a 185% poverty family and say, you pay the balance. You know how hard that is? These people are poor. They're the bottom of poor. They're struggling every day just to keep their head above water. And then on top of that, the insult of formulation right now is if the child misses a day, they cut the payment. True story. I had a reimbursement rate on a school-age child. It was 52 cents 1 week. You can't lower ratios without first setting a base point on what you're going to reimburse. And then you've got to take into consideration the middle income class families that you're going to affect that don't get a CCAP reimbursement rate. Because 45% of our families in our state of Louisiana don't get CCAP. That's the working families that are paying their own way, and you're fixed to put them in a very disadvantaged situation. We, the industry, understand this. We agree low ratios is a good idea. But unfortunately, we've been the stepchild that everybody forgot and cut our funding to the bone. And we're literally starving our parents out at the bottom end. Yes, ma'am. Oh.
Are you finished?
I want to cover one other issue real quick, and I understand. The other issue is, of course, the training. We've never been opposed to good quality training. Never. We've always advocated those issues. Our issues are we must be responsive to what's happening in our environment. I want to do a lockdown class right now at my place. Bring in a certified police officer to do it. I can't do it. Let me tell you why. Those employees will be in overtime. 40 employees. I'm a big center. If I have 40 employees, it's going to cost me $2,000 in labor for a 3-hour class so I can do the proper education of my employees for lockdown. Now, how do I do this? I don't have the $2,000 to block out for an additional 3 hours of training on a Saturday that's all in overtime. That's a real problem. We're not opposed to approved training. What we need is something that is very flexible, that gives us the ability to react to current situations in our environment. That's what we need. So that's what we're really kind of advocating for. So, and by the way, most of the classes that are offered, 2/3 of my staff have college degrees. Okay, and you'll find this is more and more true in our industry all the way around. Some areas, of course, we know there's deficiencies. For them to sit in some of these classes, somebody asked me what they're doing. I said they're consuming oxygen and they're consuming space. That's what they're doing for 3 hours. And I think she made that point as well a while ago. So, or somebody did.
Thank you, Dr. Young. Ms. Orange-Jans.
I appreciate your passion. I'm just trying to better understand the full context of the issue since it's such an important one. And you may not know the answer, but I am curious. In cases where centers have voluntarily lowered their ratios, what are they actually able to do that your centers are not able to do, or where you would bear the burden differently?
Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that. So let me cover a couple of different aspects. Some of the centers that are 4-star rating are getting a reimbursement rate, but remember, your reimbursement rate is only attached to CCAP children. So if 30% of your kids are CCAP and you lower those ratios, you're just getting a small stipend increase, but it's not on every child. It's only on the CCAP children.
So just to be, this is an important point, but it helps me fathom the complexity of this. Some centers, but not many, are all publicly subsidized. So they're all getting somewhere on the order of $1,700. Some are all privately subsidized. They have total flexibility to charge whatever they want. And most are probably some mix thereof, right?
Correct.
So the more you drive up the cost, the more you either push them toward tuition-paying parents where there's more flexibility, or you push middle-income and working tuition-paying parents out and just keeping their kids at home or sending them to a family day home or something like that. Is that a fair summary?
That's a very, very accurate statement. And because it's such a fractured system, both on payments and children in attendance, if you qualify as a Class A Type 3 facility, my center is 331 capacity. I'm a very large facility. I have 4 children in CCAP. So if I lower the ratios of 1 to 8 in my facility, it is strictly going to hit all private pay. All private pay.
Thank you, Dr. Young. We appreciate all of you coming in your comments.
Madam Chairman,
Dr. Branty.
I just have a question for you. So you are a for-profit
Yes, ma'am.
organization. And
Sometimes.
And you're getting funding from.
We receive a little bit of CCAP payments because we have 5 total children, 4 preschool, 1 after school. That's it.
And you said your rating was 2.
We pulled back to a 2 because we went the opposite direction. We were gearing up and going toward the direction of the Act 3. So I told them I did want that stress level for. There's some conflicts between ICRs and EDRs and what we're trying to do under Act 3, and because of those, I didn't want the stress on my teachers.
You are servicing our low SES.
Yes, we do have. Yes.
So if you were to lower your ratio, not to 8, because I do understand that would be quite a stretch, but if you lowered it to 10, what would the impact of your for-profit center be?
Well, anytime you remove revenue, something's got to go.
Sure.
Our industry as a whole is one of the lowest profit margin industries there is in the nation. I mean, it is extremely low. All of our excessive revenue, if you will, or profits, if you will, generally go back in the facility buying new educational curriculum, new educational materials in the classroom, those type things. So you're always looking how you can make improvements. That's what gets pulled back. The effect is if the cost factor goes up because you're lowered your income, basically, then you've got to figure out someplace you've got to cut that funds out. The only other option is to go up on tuition, which in that may have the same negative effect, because if you go to 10 to 1 and then you can't fill the class because your rates are so high, then you're at 9 to 1, you've effectively taken another hit on the income level. And that is the scenario which happened with infants about 20 years ago when we dropped the infant ratio, was the tuition had to be so high, parents just couldn't afford it. So the option was you just had to shut them down. And that's what we did. And most centers in the state of Louisiana do not take infants. It is real cost in the state of Louisiana for infant care is in excess of $250 a week. If you want to run the numbers and you're really doing justification on the numbers, it's about $250 a week for infant care. So, and I don't know many people can afford $12,000 a year.
Thank you, Dr. Young. Any other questions for BESE members?
Yes.
Mr. Lee.
I think I'm interpreting what you're saying. We would all like to be sure that every child, from birth on, is properly trained, properly educated, and properly funded. But if we approve lowering the pupil-teacher ratio without funding, do I interpret what you're saying that that's going to cause the child that needs help the most to be the first ones to drop out?
Yes, sir, you are. In essence, in my interpretation, in the attempt to do good, we will do harm. There's no other way to put it. If you put a child out of a licensed facility, the least of us, like I said before, go to the smallest town, Bunkie, Closerville, wherever, you put those children out of that environment, you now put them in harm because now nobody knows what goes on in that environment where they're being cared for. Nobody's inspecting them. No fire marshal, no health department, no LDOE, I'm sorry, God, no LDOE. Nobody has seen that facility or that home-based. And our current rules and regulations in the state of Louisiana, actually, the law actually encouraged for those people to go to those home-based facilities because nobody is watching those folks. And somewhere, the difference between that 42,233 infants that are underserved, low at-risk kids, and the 1,467 that are actually in our facilities, somebody's watching that 40,000 kids because most of those parents are working. Now, the question is where are they at?
What about the training and the present registry requirement?
I think it's, I hate to use the word broken, but I really think it's broken. I'm not saying that we need to scuttle the whole thing, we need to throw it away. I'm not opposed to approved trainers, per se. I just think that as a center owner and someone who's, I'm from Caddo Parish, Mr. Lee, and I'm sure you're probably aware of that. I had 11 children last year test for the magnet program. Very tough to get in Caddo Parish. 11 of my pre-K4 kids got in. And I did that with a 2-year-old classes. I have 2 of them, 11-1 ratio. So it can be done. It's not the best world, but being the 49th poorest state, we got to fix this problem as well. And we got to fix the funding issue. We cannot have such a fractured funding system and expect us to do the things under Act 3 and to lower ratios. Those things just don't add up. Something will have to give. And we've gone too far. I mean, this has been such a great dance that we have done in getting here. And we are so elated and ecstatic to be here and to take in the industry to the next level. We came willingly to the table with this and signed on to this.
Thank you, Dr. Young.
Do you support the recommendation from the department?
Yes, sir, 100%. 100%.
But not beyond that.
The recommendation of 1 to 10 based upon the funding model of 75% makes it more palatable. The negative side for somebody like me is I'm just going to eat the loss because I don't have any child care assistance kids, so I'm not getting any offset of funding at all. So, but for those children in those most desperate situations, in those most desperate environments, that 75 percentile will definitely help offset some of that cost factor. So,
Thank you, Dr. Lake.
thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, just a comment, Ms. Bradford, to the gentleman. You made reference to, or we have heard the impact on students of low-income families, but also you mentioned the middle income. Yesterday, I talked to 2 young mothers who were working, and they said they were quitting their jobs because they could not afford child care. And it would be most cost-effective for them to stay home and be moms. So I think we are going to drive more students or more children into the homes for child
Thank you,
care.
Ms. Beebe. Thank you, speakers. Dr. Jennifer Bentley, and Dr. Roberta Bakari, are they here?
Dr. Bentley has given up her time for me.
Oh, well.
Or it doesn't have to be, but she has given up her.
You get 2 minutes then, because you would have gotten a total of 5. You've had 3. Go.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here this afternoon. My name is Roberta Corona Bakari. I'm a Louisiana native, have grown up in Baton Rouge. I'm a pediatrician by my background, a general pediatrician, and have practiced strictly pediatrics since the beginning of my residency in '82. So I'll let you do the math on the whole age thing, because it's just hard to say it out loud. And I've had the joy of being a general pediatrician in the community, but in the last decade, I've had the opportunity to move over to an institution known as Our Lady of the Lake Regional Medical Center. I've helped to develop the Children's Hospital there, and I've also most recently helped to develop the pediatric residency program. Dr. Bentley is a resident in that program with us, young physicians learning to be pediatricians. The reason today, one of the reasons I'm here is I have served on the council as one of the required members representing the Louisiana American Academy of Peds. I'm an at-large member there. But what I'd like to speak for, you almost have already done my talking for me, because maybe unknowingly you've already shown that you're a very pro-pediatric entity, which is so nice to hear. The fact that in the comments that were made earlier on some of the other points that y'all have been discussing, the tops change. The opportunity for kids who want to go to technical schools. What a developmentally appropriate thing to do. I cannot tell you the number of kids, the number of my own patients, teenagers, who have wished they could have that because they were smart kids but knew that college wasn't for them. Mr. Romer, I could have stood up and shouted when you said, let's make us more the norm across the country, as opposed to always kind of the last one dragging in on these state accountability, whether you want to call it tests or boards or institutions. But the fact of the matter is that improvement in our national standards, especially around the ratios, won't come without a tie to monies. I appreciate that. But I want you to understand, as a pediatrician, as a general pediatrician, I see everything from literally prenatal to they're still asking me to sign their health certificate for their marriage license because they stay with us. And what we see in these younger kids and in younger institutions, so daycare centers, home centers, everything, is an increase. I've truly seen an increase in the amount of injuries. Now, we don't like to talk about this part of it, but one of the things in any ratio, especially the higher the ratio, who's watching and making sure that, number one, these children aren't being abused in some way, shape, or form? Or what about child-on-child abuse? I sit on the Children's Advocacy Committee here. I do child abuse work. I can tell you that that's an increasing incidence when either poor supervision, and I'm not saying this is only in a child care center, I'm saying ratios mean much more than money. It is related to quality education, a quality entrance into the pre-KK, but we also know there's some pretty interesting data that it's tied to in that 17 to 24-year-old. When I've been preparing for this, I wanted to convince myself that 1 to 11 would be okay, that 1 to 10 would be okay. But unfortunately, the data does not show that. And one of the most surprising bits of data that I found, that I still am shocked about, is there's an entity called Child Aware across Child Aware America, and they have done, so they do research in each state, they keep all these statistics, and what they have seen is actually with poor and poorer entry into school, right now if you took the people from 17 to 24 years of age who would be eligible to apply to be part of our volunteer military, 75% of them would not qualify because of history of poor education, poor outcomes, and increased criminal activity. Now, I'm not saying going from 1 to 11 or 1 to 8 is going to change all that, but I am saying that it is time for Louisiana to say, set our sights over several years. Let's improve. And I know that I have 4 children, and the daycare that we did it every single way. We had them in private care, we had them in daycare, we had them in home care, and nothing is perfect. But I will say this, those centers didn't just influence my children, they raised me as a parent. And that's the other piece that no one is saying here. The better the quality and the better the ratio is that opportunity to have interactions with those families. So obviously I support lowering the ratio but tying money to it. And I also obviously support having a little more structure in the way we certify people. But I will tell you, also, I would be the first to volunteer our pediatric educational group to work with people on how could we do this, not just more effectively, but for also less money and higher quality.
Thank you so much. Appreciate being here. Questions? Ms. Hill?
I appreciate your comments, and I totally agree. I don't think any board member would disagree that we need to decrease the ratio. I serve as East Baton Rouge Parish, is one of the parishes that I represent. And right now we have hundreds of children on waiting lists to get into Head Start programs. We have numerous of children that are not in daycare centers because their parents can't afford it. And even those who are able to afford it, it's so expensive to where, I mean, they're pulling from other areas to ensure that their child can attend a daycare center. And my concern would be, and I totally agree with you, and I believe that the funding needs to be attached to the ratio, because if we decide to decrease it now, we're going to have more children that will not be attending child care centers because the rates are going to go up, increase. Even with the CCAP program, the parents, they can barely pay the copay now. I hear providers saying the copay for the CCAP, parents are, they can't afford it. And if we decrease it, then the copay is going to go up. And I totally agree with you. And that's why we have to come up with a plan to identify how can we attach the funding, to the ratio. And I'm a social worker, and I'll first be the one to agree with you. But my fear is if we decrease the ratio, where are those children going to go? And those who are not in daycare centers or pre-K4, pre-K4 programs, what are we going to do with them? What are we going to do? And if we allow them to continue to stay home, are they really going to be kindergarten ready when they enter into the school districts? So that's my concern.
And Ms. Hill, thank you. You were one of the members who did come and sit in on the council meetings. And I think I even mentioned then that at Our Lady of the Lake, there were some big changes that occurred when things like MTALA were passed. And you can take your Medicaid dollars anywhere in the city. And those kids came to the lake. And it made us change our team of care. It made us look at our dollars. Yes, we are very philanthropic, but I will also tell you that our outcomes have greatly improved. But it wasn't without a real tough, gut-wrenching change in how we did things.
Mr. Lee?
I appreciate your comments. But I guess my question is, do you support the recommendation that's before us, or do you support it with change? And if so, what changes?
Ideally, I support, and I say ideally, it's ideally for this room and this setting, I support a 1 to 8. If with a funding change, we can get to 1 to 10, I've thought about this a long time. That would at least be better. And maybe a little bit of better step right now, the ripple effect would be great. And maybe it would also send a message that BESE is really concerned about making all of this work. Not that you're not, but I think we have to send a message to people that ratios are important and reimbursement is. So if what we have the money for is 1 to 10, it's not 1 to 8, but it's definitely better. And if I can save one kid or if I can change one mind, then maybe I've been successful today.
So I think I'm hearing you say you would recommend that we approve a 1 to 10 ratio?
If I can't talk you into a 1 to 8, because that's what is. It's
Well,
better. We look foolish across the country. And if I, not to interrupt, but I will tell you, you know the hardest thing I have recruiting young professionals to Baton Rouge? It's not about the lifestyle. It's not about quote unquote crime. It's about education and where my children will go, what is available. Ironically, yesterday, I had a professional email me to say, please come and I want to tell you about a new school that we're going to develop in Baton Rouge so we can have low ratio, high touch for 2-year-olds to 5-year-olds. Now, I can promise you that will not be a cheap facility or a cheap school, but it will pull a number of kids into that program because, and I think we have some decent programs in the area. But it just was so ironic that it came to me yesterday when this is all we've been talking about for the last couple of years. So if you have the budget, and I can say you'll agree 1 to 10, but I think we should still be working for 1 to 8.
But you know, doing that, you're running the real risk of not serving some children at all that's presently being served.
And you know, I do acknowledge that, but I also know what I've had to do to be creative in ways I never thought I could be creative medically, so I could serve every child that comes to my institution. It's been tough, and thinking out of the box. And so this is 2014. What if we set standards to accomplish by 2020? You know, nothing has to be done overnight, but we should think that in the next 6 years, we could make something better. And that's what I trust that y'all who are much more economically savvy, I speak the medical side, and I can always share with you what we've done. But I think from the standpoint of state budget, let me grab the 1 to 10, because obviously, but I won't stop pushing you to go further to a 1 to 8 and maybe take a little longer to get there.
Thank you, Dr. Vergara.
Thank you.
The next speakers that would please come down, Stacy Betts, Don Young, Christy Givens, Dr. Keith Lederman, Susan Spring, Sonia Joseph. And I'm just going to call your names because it's in the order of my cards. Stacy Betts.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Betts. I'm the owner of 2 child care centers. I have a 4-star center in Zachary, for-profit, and I have a nonprofit center in Baker, Louisiana, associated with the Methodist Church. I am a TS Gold trainer. I'm also class certified in pre-K and toddler. And my Zachary Center is currently still pursuing our 4 stars as we move forward with the pilot. It has been a challenge, but we are excited to do it because we believe in quality early childhood education. I'm here today to speak on ratios and on training requirements. I currently have a center that is sustainable, that is profitable, and is viable. I have 2 infant classrooms, 1 toddler class, 1 2-year-old class, and 1 3-year-old class. Our teachers are all CDA certified, are working toward that goal, and some have exceeded that goal. We are making money. I am that 10%. I am the person that is doing it, just one face. And yes, I agree with the superintendent. We cannot not apply my model to everyone else, but we can look at that model and learn from it for the future. I am not an economist, but when I opened my business, I opened it with the goal of quality in mind, specific goals. And I sat down with an accountant and made a business plan to succeed while offering high quality, low ratios, and highly certified teachers. So while that might not succeed in all areas of our state, I think we make a mistake by just putting these quality centers who are doing what is right aside and not looking at them and saying, what can we learn for the future on what they are doing? I also would like to speak to the point of highly educated trainers in our state. I am also Pathway certified. And when I look to train my staff, I would never look to myself to train my own staff. I don't think that's a good business decision. Perhaps I could train them occasionally, but I would like another opinion outside of my own to come and speak to my teachers so that they can further their education with a wide variety of views. And I would like that person to be certified through some method of certification. And I also would like there to be some criteria onto what my teachers are learning. What that looks like, I'm not sure. I appreciate that this is an ongoing process, but I would highly recommend that when you are looking at ratios, that you do not dismiss the good work that is currently being done in our state by our high-quality centers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don?
Yes.
And tell me, what percentage do you serve of low SES?
I certainly can tell you that. Out of my 78 capacity, I have 6 CCAP child care assistants at my Zachary Center. At my Baker Center, I have 14, and we are currently serving 5 foster care children. We also have an outreach program for special needs children that are included in our ratios.
Just so I understand, because this is a topic that I'm still getting my head around. So of the 78, 6 are on
correct.
CCAP. Got it. Okay.
We would love to have much more, but it is because of that copay and the funding. So I wholly support increasing that funding model.
The funding. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Young.
Yes. Is this on? Okay. I'm the older brother of the earlier impassioned speaker, Alan Young, and he's my baby brother. I want to touch on what Dr. Lee said earlier, and I think we're all in agreement here that, yes, lower standards or lower ratios would be awesome, but it's a very elite group that can afford, as my previous speaker here just made point, of her entire facility, only 6 child care assistants, children can afford it. I personally don't keep infants and toddlers anymore. I am in an upper income area. My parents are rich. They make good money. I don't serve a lower income group for the most part. I do take child care assistance. I think I've got 2 or 3. People cannot afford to come to my facility. I quit keeping infants 20-something years ago because Alan said 250 might cover it. That's a very elite group that can afford it. I am all in favor of cutting the ratios. I personally think they're too high, but I think cutting them before we get the funding issue resolved, as you indicated, is a horrible mistake. What that does is it's the cart before the horse. We're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You're putting us in a position where we're going to force parents in low-income areas to pay for something before we've got the funding model worked out. Training is broken, needs to be fixed. I agree that we do, need to have some certification and training. We're all for that. We've just had so many problems with it in the past. And I'm not going to top a lot of time here. I think it's almost comical. We all agree that it needs to be cut. It's just how do we get there? At this point in time, my recommendation would be to go with what the Department of Education has brought forward as rendered, and then give us some time to work on the funding, because as you guys know, we, the people down here in the trenches and fighting, are going to have to go to the legislators and twist some arms to get that funding. And I think we need to make the changes later, and let's not harm the other parents that are struggling right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Christy Givens.
Hi, my name is Christy Givens. My center is located in a rural area. I serve at-risk kids. 65% of my kids are at risk. I am a 4-star center. I have been a 4-star center since 2007. My ratios are for all of my classrooms, for my 1-year-olds, well, I do a 4-to-1 ratio for my early Head Start classroom because I have an early Head Start program. And all of my other classrooms, my 2-year-old classrooms, I do a 1-in-5 ratio. And I have been doing this since 2007, and I'm still in business. I strongly endorse cutting the ratios. I serve the lowest of the income parents. I have parents at my center that's making $9 an hour, but they're paying for. The issue is not the low ratios. The issue is the funding, the child care assistance. A lot of my I used to have 42 child care assistant kids, but now I'm down to 7. But I'm still serving 65% low income kids. It's not because of the tuition, it is higher, but it's because of the way CCAP is set up. When they changed the rates from that the parents had to do 25 hours to 30 hours, that's what cut my ratios in CCAP. A lot of my parents stayed in my program because they believe in what we're doing. They know their kids are ready for school. So they are struggling, they are sacrificing. So I truly believe that the funding should be added with this when you do the changes. I recommend that we change the ratios to the 8-to-1 ratio. I do not believe we're going to go out of business. I've been doing it for going on 7 years, and I'm not out of business. I have teachers that have CDAs. I have teachers that have bachelor's degrees. I have teachers that have associate's degrees. I'm paying an average teacher $10.50 to $12.50 an hour. I also have 2 teachers in each one of my classrooms. I'm paying $21 an hour with 2 teachers in a classroom. And you have people that's doing 12 kids and 11 kids with 2 kids that's paying $8.50. Do the math. If they lose 1 or 2 children, they're not going to go out of business. And not all our classrooms are 2-year-olds. I have 2 2-year-old classrooms. You have a 1-year-old class, an infant class. We're not asking to reduce the ratios in those classrooms. It's very important that we do this. I've worked very hard being a part of this since in existence of 1999. I truly believe in us providing high quality for children. We have to get our kids ready for school. And I'm a part of the pilot program. I was the second person to get my 4 stars in New Orleans, and I sacrificed for that. And I have a waiting list. I have parents waiting to get in my facility. I'm at this time building another center because I have such a great need of low-income parents. I do believe these parents need more assistance with co-payment because it is very expensive. But we cannot service our children with 11-to-1 ratio. It's just no way possible. I have teachers that has been with me since 2007 because I have low ratios. I do not have a high turnover rate because my ratios are lower. So I have teachers that are very skilled, that do well on class, that do well on the quality rating, that is ready for Act 3. And that we should stay focused and think about what is best for all children. We are not going to go out of business if we do reduce those ratios by 2.
So can I ask you just a quick question? I want to make sure we all technically understand.
You're welcome
Please.
to applause, but it does take up our time.
Just, I want to make sure that the board members understand the technicalities of the situation. First of all, what you do is awesome. You're like the model for Act 3. So that needs to be just established off the bat. At the same time, I said earlier, what I said, which is I think all of these different circumstances, as I'm learning about it, are different. Mm-hmm. And you said earlier that you're an early Head Start provider. Mm-hmm. What is the per capita that you receive per child for early Head Start?
I used to receive, when the early Head Start was a part of RSD, I used to receive $190 a week. Now I receive, with the new organization, I receive $165. They cut our funding. But my other parents who paying child care assistance and paying private pay, they also pay $160 a week.
So so let's just say at roughly that amount, that's say $5,000 to $6,000 a year per child, right? Okay. Now the child care public assistance is on average $1,700 per kid. Right. Okay. So that's, first of all, others should be seeking early Head Start. Everything you're doing is the model. But I do want to make sure that the board understands that you are in a different financial position.
But I only have 12 early Head Start kids. That's all. I don't have 50. I only have 12. And I chose to have 12 when I could have had more because I wanted to give those slots to child care assistants and private paid parents. So it's not that I'm getting so much of funding from early Head Start. It's just that I truly believe in that to get kids ready for school, we have to reduce ratios. And there's no other way around it. Kids are not going to go underground because we reduce ratios to 9-to-1 or 8-to-1. The reason is for why we have so many kids underground because of when we changed the co-payment, the hourly from 30 to 25 to 30.
And that's the point that I think this board needs to understand, is that there are problems with the funding policy.
Right.
It's about the amount, and it's about the way it's allocated. Those decisions are made by our legislature, not by anyone in this room.
Right.
And so this policy says basically, legislature, please get this right, and then we raise the rate, and then we lower the ratios. I don't see how you do it otherwise, because I agree with you that insofar as I've studied it, the inception of this problem is when the requirements for eligibility and when the per capita allocation of CCAP changed. If we can't change that, we do exacerbate the problems. If we can change it, you're right on the money. So I just think we need to flip our ordering a little bit in the way that we're thinking about this and say, let's focus together, all of us, on changing CCAP. And then let's predicate changing our regulations on getting that done right here in Baton Rouge. That's the way I think we need to think about this. So I agree with you all the way. I just think we've got the order of operations a little bit backwards. That's all I'm suggesting.
But I do believe that we can start at least reducing the ratio at least one child each year for 2 years. It's critical for the child development.
Yeah, and so I agree with that. And so what the board is considering is let's reduce it by 1, contingent on the legislature acting. And then let's come back next year and let's do it again if the legislature does it the right way again. I just can't see putting a mandate on it without funding the mandate. When the funding has already put people in a hole in the way you're describing. I don't think there's probably a lot of
But my other issue is, well, what are we going to do if we're going to go to letter grades if that is coming into play? In order to be able to do well and to have an A or B on a letter grade, you have to have low ratios.
Yes.
If not, you setting us up to fail.
Absolutely, but it's not us who's setting you up to fail. It's a different part of this government by passing a law that then was never funded. And so we can't.
But still, we're required to do it to get
but
these
we can't just,
programs.
I don't want to get in an argument because I agree with everything you've said.
Right.
But I just want us to focus on let's get the funding right as this regulation says.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, Dr. Moranti.
Ms. Christie, you have to go before the legislature.
Oh, I've done before and I will again.
I do think that you have a model, rural, low socioeconomic, successful. So if we can get it to 75th, we could get it down to 1 to 9. We could. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you. Dr. Keith Lederman.
Good afternoon, and tough act to follow. Great job. I'm Keith Lederman, and I'm the CEO of Kingsley House and Educare New Orleans. We have 388 0 to 5-year-old children, and we are a Head Start and Early Head Start center. So just to put that qualifier out there. A lot of great things have been said on both sides of the issue, and I certainly don't want to take up your time with reiterating many of those pieces. But there are a couple of things that I think it's really important that we focus on. And my main concern when it comes to young children is always about safety. Safety is number one. You all, by the way, are now charged with the safety and security as the BESE board of our 0 to 5-year-olds in this state of Louisiana. I know you know that, but that's a weighty charge that you all now carry the responsibility for in our state. So where are we right now as a state? We're 1 to 11 for 2-year-olds. One adult for every 11 2-year-olds is okay, A-okay in the state of Louisiana. National standards are 1 to 5 for 2-year-olds. We're more, as Melanie Bronfman said earlier and others have said, we're more than 2 times greater than national standards. In fact, the Louisiana 4 ratio, I believe, and Superintendent White, correct me if I'm wrong, is 1 to 10 for 4-year-olds. Is that correct? 1 to 10 for 4-year-olds. So 4-year-olds get a higher state-sanctioned ratio of adults to children than 2-year-olds do. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. When you think about standards of best practice or just standards, research-supported standards, evidence-based standards, they're standards for a reason. They're standards because the research says, and high efficacy research says, that these are the best ways. These are the ways that if you're going to do it right, and we're talking about 2-year-olds now, that you need to adhere to these standards. We are not doing that in terms of adhering to standards that ensure the safety and well-being of our children in child care while ensuring quality child care that leads to healthy development and lifelong academic success. We talked about school readiness. 1 to 11 does not get us to school readiness for 2-year-olds. Now, there's plenty of research, as I mentioned before, that supports low teacher-child ratios for 2-year-olds to ensure child safety and quality development and learning. In fact, research shows on the opposite, on the converse, significant increases in child injuries and poor development and a lack of school readiness for young children in child care centers with high, non-quality adult-to-child ratios. By the way, 1 to 11 is considered a high, non-quality adult-to-child ratio. And this is what our state, again, currently sanctions. So, BESE board members, just as I conclude, I want to remind you all, you are now responsible for the safety and well-being of children in child care centers and assuring the parents of those kids that their kids are safe. Okay? What you do here is sending the message, someone talked about messaging earlier, to the parents of these children that BESE is telling you your children are safe. National research, evidence-based, says they're not in 1 to 11, but continuing at this ratio says, BESE says they are. So please, I implore you, I know you're looking at this issue very hard. There's a lot of impassioned speakers here, a lot of wonderful information that folks are sharing. But as Superintendent White stated earlier, strengthening the health and safety of children in child care is mission critical. Thank you all.
Thank you. I think you're next. Susan? Oh, I'm sorry. Susan?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Susan Spring, and I'm the Executive Director for the Regina Chelly Child Development Center, and we operate centers on the North Shore. The good news is, by the time this afternoon that we've all spoken and listened to some very eloquent speakers, we all agree we're all here for what's best for the children. And we even agree funding is the problem, and we all agree lower ratios would be ideal. So what's left for me to say then, right? We've had a lot of good people speak. I want to at least give you an example of one of the things that people have been referring to, which is the class scores. Not as important in some ways as the safety, and yet when we start talking about the grades for the child care centers that we're moving to, the class scores are going to be critical. And so the classroom assessment scoring system is what it's all about when you get to one section of this question. And Christy said it. If we leave the ratios as high as they are at 1 to 11, we are setting these teachers up for failure and the centers up for failure. The picture that Melanie showed you, think about trying to do some of the things that an effective teacher should be doing with all those little bodies around your legs. So knowing that the class system is going to be watching teachers, looking to see what kind of relationship do they have with the children. Are they giving them positive feedback? More positive feedback than negative feedback? Are they aware of the needs of those children? Are they aware of the interests of those children? Oh, yes, and are they wet and need to be changed? Are they able to be responsive to the children? Something they're interested in, a toy that they have. Come read this book to me. I need colors. They took my colors. Can they be responsive to those children? That's what they're being graded on in the class instrument. Can they provide comfort to those children? That somebody just whacked them on the head because they took their toy. And then, most importantly, we talk about the 30 million word gap. That's a difference between children who live in at-risk homes and children who live in homes that are not at risk. 30 million words difference in what they hear from birth to age 5. 30 million words. We want good words, positive words, meaningful words, interesting words, not no, stop, shut up, get away. 30 million word gap is what we're looking at. And so to be involved in early language support, rich communication, teacher talk, even while they're changing a diaper. This is what I'm doing now. Let's count your toes. How many fingers are you holding up for me? Rich conversation just while they're changing a diaper. And so we have a dilemma. And just as Superintendent White has posed, perhaps it's in the wrong order, but we have got to pay attention to what we're saying now. With these regulations, this is what you have to do with your 11 children, and this is what you have to do with your 11 children.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Would these people come down? I know you're still to speak, but would these people come down? Patricia Gillette, Rochelle Wilcox, Norma Grace, Margot Phelps, and Julie Brandt. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Jessup. Your turn to speak.
My name is Sonia Joseph. I own and operate Clara's Little Lambs Preschool located in New Orleans. 90% of our children are low-income children, and we are a 4-star center. We have 2 pre-K classes. We also do early Head Start, and we also provide care to private paid parents as well. Over the years, we've had 2 merit scholars come out of our center from Ben Franklin High School in New Orleans. The past 3 valedictorians at our local high schools have come from our center. They've gotten a foundation with us, and we're very proud of that. We do provide a 1-to-4 and a 1-to-8 ratio for 2-year-olds, and we are still in business doing fine. It is absolutely not easy for any of us. Anybody in child care can tell you it's not easy no matter how much you charge. I have 16 infants in my building, and we're managing to stay afloat. Most of the people who seem to be against this are people who are low-star centers and who do not provide care to low-income children. These high ratios are hurting low-income children the most. And that's really why we're so passionate about it, and that's why we provide the care and the quality we do to these low-income children. They're the ones, children who come from high-income families are going to do fine no matter what ratio they're in because they're getting support in other areas. Our low-income children come to us with something, and you all may have heard of it, called ACEs, which are Adverse Childhood Experiences. We're still dealing with children who are feeling the effects of not only the violence in Louisiana or in New Orleans, children who are still suffering from families who are still recovering from Katrina almost 10 years later. We're dealing with a lot of issues that you cannot address with a ratio of 1-to-11. It's impossible to give the children the time and attention they need. 2 children out of your center, out of a ratio, 1 child from your class is not going to put anybody out of business. If it is, they might need to take a look at their accounting practices. It's impossible. Everybody I've heard come up here and complain about it, again, are people who are not participating in the star rating system or who have low stars. It costs us more money to be a high-quality center, and yet we're doing it. And again, parents are not putting their children in private care, house care, because we reduce ratios. Parents, again, are putting their kids in these places because they cannot afford the copay based on the decisions made by our legislature. And again, I agree, that's where we need to go, and we can go there. But we need you all to give us support so that we're not incurring all these costs, and the person around the corner who still has the 1 to 11 is doing what they do, providing low care, low quality, while we're providing high quality, and these kids are not prepared for school. We've had situations where teachers fight over our kids. Oh, they came from Claris, I want them in my class because I know they're prepared. And that's how it should be. Children should come from everywhere, and teachers say, I want them in my class because I know 100% they're prepared. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Ramler.
I appreciate everybody's comments. You know, you said that parents are making choices because they can't afford the care. Now, how, if we take a step that increases the cost, how does that help the kid? I mean, if you drive providers away, or you increase the cost for the parents that need it most, how does that help? I don't see how that helps. It's like saying we're going to provide health care to everybody that works 30 hours or more. I don't think that's working out very well. So I think what we're saying here is we all agree a lower ratio is better, but to mandate a lower ratio without proper funding probably leads to adverse results rather than positive results. So what we need to do is go work with the legislature and say we believe these lower ratios are critical and we want the funding in order to do it. Now, do you suggest there's a better way to do that?
Well, I would say to you that I probably charge less than most of these centers in here who say they're going to go out of business if they reduce their ratios.
How many, if you don't mind, how many of your children are CCAP?
22. I have 100 kids.
Okay.
22 are CCAP. I probably charge less, keeping my rates affordable for parents, than most of these centers in here who have high ratios, and I'm still in business. We're not going to drive parents away. If everybody is doing the same consistent thing, parents will have nowhere to go, and they will figure out a way to pay for childcare like they're doing now.
Do you have excess demand? Do you have excess demand?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
And where do they go now?
They go to wherever they can find services within my area. I have some parents who are in lower quality centers based on ratios because they're charging less and taking more.
So it's a price-sensitive decision.
It is. And it's always about funding. I agree 100%. It's always about funding. We make sacrifices. It's tough. Everybody's not going to make as big a profit, those who are profit centers, but it's a sacrifice to make sure our kids are prepared. And again, those of us serving low-income children, this is who this affects the most, and that's our biggest concern.
But do you understand the dilemma of potentially lowering ratios, increasing cost for the people that need the help most could have an adverse effect on us, rather than let's agree to a policy that's tied to increased funding and going to seek that funding. And that's what we're proposing.
Well, we appreciate any increased funding we can get. We absolutely do. I just think that we're using the excuse of it's going to depend on the legislature. We don't know what they're going to do. These children need help and support now.
Well, there's parents that can't afford it now. So we're going to increase their cost? That doesn't solve the problem. And I'm not trying to argue with you. I really appreciate your points, and I appreciate the job you're doing. I mean, you are an example that we ought to look at more closely and see how come you're able to do it versus others, and maybe there's lessons to be learned there. So I don't want to dismiss or seem argumentative with you.
Right.
Ms. Orange-Jones.
I just want to make sure we're clear on what decision point we're actually facing as a board related to the amendment or suggestions that are being put forth. My understanding is that the ratio being lowered is still connected to funding being increased. So I'm just wondering whether or not we can just gain clarity on that so we're all clear about what exactly is being proposed here.
The regulation proposed, well, let's talk about the history of it.
Yes.
So when the original working group met, it brought a recommendation to the task force, which is the body that you appointed, that did not include a lower ratio than 12 to 1. And I believe Keith said it, 12 to 1 is an anomaly in terms of how high it is. And even when you look across the age ranges, it's bizarre. However, the committees kind of overturned the department's recommendation and said, no, we want to go to 8 to 1. So you had some disagreement in there. So we met with many of the stakeholders, Jenna on my team did, and tried to come to a compromise, which is we all agree there needs to be more money. Let's just make a reduction contingent on there being more money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone disagrees with that.
Right.
There is disagreement about how much of a reduction necessitated by how much of an increase.
Right.
You know, quite frankly, given the mood across the street and given the state's balance sheet right now, we're going to be very hard pressed to get any increase. So we're going to have to scrap for everything we've got. So the discussion we're having is a very hypothetical sort of discussion about real gray nuances in policy rather than the hard and fast reality, which is in what is basically a $40 million gap to get child care equitable to LA4. We're going to be scraping out increments of $1 million here, $2 million there. That's not to say we shouldn't put this policy in place, but it's to say that for everybody who wants a blue sky scenario, we're going to be very hard pressed to get there. And I think we are better off putting a modest policy adjustment in place that acknowledges the real political reality, which is that the Child Care Association, the Policy Institute, 4-star providers, 2-star providers, Head Start recipients, private payer recipients, we're all going to have to come to the table and fight for this. Or else nothing is going to happen no matter what policy you put in place. That's I hate to say it, we're not going to be able to regulate our way to this. This is a funding first question.
So Superintendent White, if we, as a board, make the bold statement that in 5 years we will be at the national average with funding and put all of our efforts going to the legislature to get this to happen, then at least as a board we're giving that standard and that we believe in that standard. So if we do the 10 to 1, what is it at? Is that at the 50%? I don't know. I know if we did the 9 to 1, it would be at the 75th, which would be wonderful. But if we can at least say in 5 years we'll be at the national standard with increased funding and all of our efforts go. We saw what happened in the legislature with special ed. We know we can do this with early childhood. Listen to the testimony. I mean, it's amazing. I just know exactly who I want to go before them because they could be very convincing. And, you know, it's always like something you build it, they will come. Early childhood is so critical that I can't imagine that they would not find a way to tie it to the funding.
Thank you very much. We're just going to go this way now, so I don't have to keep the order because I don't seem to be able to keep the cards in order. If you'll begin and be sure, be sure you identify yourselves.
Hi, I'm Margot Phelps, and I am Education Chairman of Citizens for One Greater New Orleans. And I wrote out this great speech to read to you all, and there's nothing on here that hasn't been said already, and very elaborately at most times. I guess the one thing I would like to say is I commend the advisory council and their efforts. They've done a great job, and we're very pleased with that. We would like to see a reduction in the teacher-to-child ratio. And we'd also like to have a training, qualified training for the students, the teachers of the students. But the bottom line is, and what everybody has said, we need funding. And I can't say any more than that, and I don't think anybody in the room will disagree with me on that.
Thank you.
Ms. Bradford.
Yes.
Superintendent White, what is the status of the early childhood funding at the federal level? I do know that at one point in time, Governor Jindal had a deadline to meet. What is
So
the
it's
status?
we're praying. I really, Dr. Beebe raised an important point. If we were to get that grant, this discussion would be a heck of a lot easier. That's not to say I'm suggesting we defer and do it all over again, Madam Chairman. I want to be very clear about that. But she's right. that funding would solve a great amount of this discussion if we were to get that grant. I think the odds of us getting that grant are about 1 in 3.
But that grant is it's a 2-year grant, isn't it?
It's a 4-year grant. 4-year grant, yeah.
Where is this?
Maybe we should all pray.
I should have qualified what I said. It solves it for a period of time, but then it creates a cliff where we're right back here at the table if we don't solve it. Yeah.
Next. My name is Rochelle Wilcox. I am the Executive Director of Wilcox Academy of Early Learning. I am a 4-star center in New Orleans. And we're in a small community. So we have 85% of our children are low income. We have an LE4 classroom. We do participate in early Head Start. We have private paid parents and child care assistants. We have a waiting list. We choose to do low ratios because that's what not only our teachers happy, and when you have a happy teacher, you have a happy 2-year-old. When you have a teacher that is excited about coming to school and doing 10 hours, then that makes a difference in that 2-year-old, that 1-year-old, that 4-year-old's life. But it's stressful when I mention this to my teachers because people are, as they said, everybody said things very eloquently. But when I discussed this to my teachers, I was like, BESE is talking about doing 11 to 1. Well, we already do 11 to 1, but just changing it down to 10. Would you be able to do that? They was like, oh no, what about that parent that comes in that has a question? What about that child that maybe have special needs that we were able to catch because of the low teacher-to-child interaction or ratio? What about us doing our lesson planning? What about us doing all these things that make a significant difference in young children's lives? That would be very hard to do that. And I'm not talking about just funding, because everything is tied to funding. Lord knows we need more funding. I pray every night. My children pray. We have the parents pray. We send out a school reach text. Please pray for the legislators to give us more money.
Add this grant to it.
Right, okay. Add this grant to it. So we understand that. But at the end of the day, we have to set the standard. We have to say, you know what, is a bad experience, and I'm not saying that other centers are bad, but is a low quality experience in an early education environment better than none at all? Because that's what we're having. That's what you're saying. Oh, well, they'll go underground. Parents have that choice to do that regardless. Parents make that choice. We have parents make that choice every day to send their children in our doors with our arms open wide, ready to receive them. If I had one teacher with 11 children, she doesn't have arms open wide enough to serve them all. She can't even hold them around her. She can't do that. Or he. But the fact of the matter is that we have to look at our little people first. Look at the families that they come from. Don't they deserve better? And we can make it work. We make it work. I'm there. I'm still here. I fight every day for our little children. I will continue to fight every day for our parents and our children and for my teachers. Thank you.
Thank you very
Excuse
much.
me, Sherilyn, I just have a question.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what's your name, sweetheart?
Rochelle.
Rochelle. Your center, do you guys service CCAP, LA4, Head Start?
Early Head Start.
Early Head Start.
Private
pay, okay. And I think I had the opportunity last week on Monday to visit a child care center in New Orleans. And this child care center services all of those entities as well. And I think we have to have a clear understanding of where we are. If you listen to the providers, those who have all those other supplements coming in, they are able to sustain because they may have the non-public school program or the LA4 or the collaboration with Head Start, which is great. That's ideal. I mean, to have all those collaborations. And so that's how they're able to sustain and say, hey, we can have lower ratios because we have other funding coming in to supplement. Not to say, even though we have that, we still scrap for funding to try to pay. So let's take those other entities out of the equation. What about those who may not have those LA4 programs or early Head Start programs, what happened to them?
So we've been here since 2006. We've had the LA4 program since 2010, 11. Before then, when we had nothing, we were full. It was still 85%, 85, 90% or more on child care assistance or low-income families. We were full. We had a waiting list then. From that particular building, we moved to another building that we could accommodate more children. So can it be done? Yes, even without the funding. Parents want children in a high-quality center. Just one more thing. Around me, we have 10 other centers. I am the highest. My rate is the highest, but it's still less than other centers who may have nothing. Parents have to, if they go to that center, they call me. Do you have a spot? I'm only there temporarily until I can get into your center. They make the choice to do what they need to do for their
and I want to applaud. I mean your center on a job well done and the collaboration with all the other early Head Start programs and LA4, et cetera.
Right.
But when I look at some of the parishes that I represent that are very rural, maybe like a St. Helena, or maybe like a Mamu, or maybe like, some of a Bunkie, when I think about those centers that may not have that collaboration and they still have to service these children, it's not going to say it's impossible, but it's a challenge. And I think we have to understand that we have to put the funding there to ensure that all children will be able to be served. I think if we can do more collaboration, like a model of your program or the other young lady program, that'll be a great idea. I think Superintendent White and he and I are on the same page here. This is interesting, but
the sun and the moon align.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page.
Like a lunar eclipse.
That's interesting. But and that's my concern, because I sat down and listened to the providers, and even the ones that have all of the programs that you offer. They told Ms. Hill, we still struggling.
Right.
We still. And they
no one gets into child care to make money. That's just that's not the issue.
And that's what they told me.
I can go get a job. I really could go get a job.
Right.
And not have to worry about it. I agree. But at the end of the day, what is more important? Because managing 11 two-year-olds with one teacher, that's the challenge. That's the challenge.
Thank you.
My name is Norma Grace. I'm a retired vice chancellor from the University of New Orleans and also a former teacher. But I'm here today representing the Women's Leadership Council of the United Way. And just to give you a little bit about the group that we represent, we're more than 200 women strong who donate a significant amount of money, and we put it towards women and family issues. And our issue for years has been early childhood. We've started the Success by Six program. This started the Quality Stars program. We've worked with child care centers, and we are passionate about early childhood. I think you as the BESE board in this change of early childhood to the Department of Education, and even the name that we're calling with Louisiana Early Learning Center licensing, says what you're supposed to be doing, and that is that you are preparing young children for the rest of their lives. And it can't be done in the ratios that we're talking about, 11-to-1. I don't think there's a single one of us who had a choice that would put a child in a class of 11 two-year-olds. And we're asking people from low incomes not to have quality child care because we think businesses are going to go away. I think you have an opportunity that's unique right now to make the right choice. If it needs to be tied to funding, tie it to funding. Use us. You have Citizens for One in New Orleans. You have coalitions that have been built through this whole process. Use us to help get the funding to get the ratios to where they need to be. Because this is a future we're talking about. If you don't invest now, you're going to invest later. And you have child care centers who can do it, who can train. This is what we're talking about pulling together. And we stand behind it. We want you to take the hard decision to decrease those ratios, to make us a norm, not double the norm, but to make us a norm of what happens in early child care. And we would really appreciate taking that hard stance. We will work with you on the funding, and we will help you build those coalitions to get that funding in place, because it is necessary. And it's most important for the people who don't have the funding now. That's the most important. We also hope, and it sounds like you are going to put in some type of amendment to make sure that those doing the training are properly trained, because again, this is early learning. It's what is so important to our children. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Before you speak, John Martin, Joan Calder, Misty Trahan, Ann Chance, and Thetis Kuzmano, if you would please make your way down. And it's your turn.
My name is Julie Brandt, and I have 3 centers. 2 are in Prairieville and 1 is in Baton Rouge. And we service about 100 children per center. I am not one of those people who has the ability or, to have, well, let's just say it, I don't have all of the subsidies that are coming into me. I'm not an eloquent speaker, but I am here on behalf of those people who do not have that luxury. One of my centers has 5 CCAP children. Now, can I provide it at the other centers? Yes, I absolutely can. They don't come in, and I don't charge the rates that everybody else charges. So I don't have that luxury. Does everybody want lower rates? Of course we want lower rates. We would love to have 8-to-1 ratios in our classrooms. That's what we would strive for. But the pure fact is the money's not there. It's not going to be there for us when we go down to 8-to-1 or if we go down to 10-to-1. So where's that money going to come in for me whenever I lower those rates? You know what's going to happen? I'm going to go out and I'm going to have to raise my rates for my parents. That's what everybody else is going to have to do. Am I going to go out of business? Probably not, because I'm thrifty and I'm going to make sure that, I have high quality child care available for my students. But is it going to come at a cost? Of course it is. And I feel bad for the parents that are going to have to pay that. I don't want to charge them what I'm going to have to charge them to stay in business. And that's just, that's the pure fact. Do you want me to have to do that? Because I don't want to have to do that. I know that I provide high quality child care for these children. You put 11 kids in a classroom with 1 teacher, of course there's going to be stresses. But am I in there every day making sure that things are going the right way? Of course. We all want a better model, but you have to give us the money to be able to do it first. If you say it's all going to be tied to money, that's great. We all need that extra money because we all are scrapping to survive, with what we have. But you have to have it there first, because people like me who are not getting that funding and any other sources don't have it coming in. So what are we to do? And that's what most people are going to find out whenever you do this. So,
thank you.
Sorry.
Patricia Gillette. I had called your name earlier, just making sure we didn't miss you. All right, we're going to start with you. Please, ma'am.
Hello, I want to thank you all for your time, care, attention, a huge amount in the year and a half of this process, and the huge success that it's produced for early childhood learning and for the coalition that's many of here today.
And would you state your name, please?
I'm Thetis Kuzmano. I'm representing the League of Women Voters of Louisiana with about 450 more plus members, and I'm immediate past president. I want to say this is a pivotal decision today with 99% agreement and 2 sticking issues, and we've heard incredible detail of the obstacles. They're very realistically presented from all kinds of types of centers and from lots of speakers. I think that we have a lose-lose situation with reducing the ratio without graduation. We also have a lose-lose situation in accepting a 10% to 75% increase. That's very, very unrealistic. It's not going to happen, as everyone has said. So I think a win-win situation would be to have a more gradual reduction and a more gradual progression of the additional child care subsidy, which we hear is very, very, very important to the children of low-income families. Worked in special education for 31 years, and I know the effects of children who are considerably at risk without early intervention. So that's something we haven't mentioned today, and I want to bring it out too. The report card will hurt the centers if you don't take those two actions. So they're going to not be able to improve the interaction, the adult-child interaction with the high ratios, but they've got to have the funding. So I suggest a gradual reduction down in the ratio and a gradual increase in the funding that's realistic for you to accept. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Chance, and I am representing the League of Women Voters from Lafayette and also speaking on behalf of retired teachers everywhere. I have taught school for the last 46 years and decided on May 15th that I would retire. And last month was the first time that I ever had the opportunity to attend a meeting such as this, and it was when the advisory council met. And I was actually astonished and appalled when I saw the criteria of what was required of our early learning centers. 1 to 11, I was stunned. But most of all, I think it's bothered me the most as an educator was the training that was required. I was shocked that an 18-year-old could walk into a preschool class, an early learning class, have 11 students thrown into her care, 2-year-olds or younger, and not have maybe even a high school degree. Just check to make sure she was safe, and I think a police check or whatever. Truly, I'm still astonished at this. I think that in Louisiana, we have to do better. And I hate that we always get these reports and say that we're number 48 or number 49 or number 50, that we're down at the bottom. And I think that we need to stop expecting the minimum and let's try going for the maximum, try going for the top, and let's see what we can do to educate these teachers. And I had other stuff that we've covered before, so I'm going to skip on down to thinking outside the box and thinking of ideas. I remember for some of that, we had continuing education seminars at least every 6 weeks in most of the years that I've been a teacher. And we often had combined with other schools. We got together and they taught everybody together. And as far as I know, I was never paid to go to a Saturday workshop. That was a requirement of my job. I knew that to teach, I had to go to these. So we didn't get any kind of overtime pay. Also, as a retired teacher, maybe I would be eligible, I don't know, to go and teach a seminar for a class. I've taught 46 years public speaking, drama, and theater. And I still believe that's one of the most important things we need to teach our children is how to communicate, especially in this electronic age. But I think that's an untapped resource. Get some retired teachers, get them to give you ideas or suggestions on courses that they could teach. And I believe they would do it for free. I don't think retired teachers would expect reimbursement for that. And I wrote that down, the very last thing, after skipping over some of this other stuff. I said that I truly believe that where there's a will, there's a way, and we can do this. And wouldn't it be wonderful if our early learning centers we ranked up at the top? And it's a crucial issue for me. And the last thing I said is that I will volunteer to help coordinate or serve in a committee with someone to try and get a master list of qualified instructors with early childhood expertise to help lead these courses and make sure that the teachers are trained.
Thank you so much. I've always said if you wanted something done, get a group of classroom teachers together. Would the next people make their way down? Bob Lansing, Jonathan Pierce, John Warner Smith, Carol McCall.
Good afternoon. My name is John Martin. I'm here representing grandparents of the state of Louisiana. First of all, I want to thank BESE and the LDOE for taking on what I consider to be probably the most important issue confronting us today in terms of education. I mean, we've tackled a lot of educational issues and reform issues over the last several years, but when you come to talk about 2-year-olds and where they are in their life today and teaching them Well, I have to give you a brief background. I got a chance to spend over a month with my little 2-year-old granddaughter most recently, and I got to witness what it was like for her to make a metamorphosis from where she was to where she is today. Now, she's speaking in complete sentences today, but she was in a class out in Colorado, 1 to 7 is their ratio, and it's all paid. It's parental paid tuition. But what I got to witness is something that we have to look forward to here in the state of Louisiana, because we've all witnessed a tremendous change in our approach to education and the outcomes that we've had over these last several years, and we're going to get even better. But we have to go down, we have to reach back down into the younger age group, particularly with the 2-year-olds, because I also have another granddaughter that's just a year and a half and a grandson that's 3 months, so I have this to look forward to. But only through working together, lobbying the legislature, and John White, you've been right spot on today with your council. You guys can only do so much. The legislature allocates the money. But I think that you have a group here that's willing to step up and to address the legislature for what we need to do next to improve the quality of education. So again, thank you. Thank you for your efforts and your consideration. Keep on keeping on. Can we all sing Kumbaya now?
Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's nice to finally meet all of you. I've never met you before. My name is Misty Trahan. I own 3 centers in the Prairieville and Gonzales area named Adventure Land Kids. We are strictly private pay. I have never taken a dollar of funding from any entity besides my parents. So when we talk about CCAP and we talk about funding and we talk about lobbying the legislature, that doesn't make a difference to me, because I don't take that money. I don't take the food money. I don't take any money. I am strictly privately funded. And it is my choice to be that way. I've always been that way. I've been doing this for 10 years. I don't like to brag, but my centers are award-winning centers. If you look at Baton Rouge Parents Magazine the last 3 years, I'm ranked number 1. We are a Class B. 2 of mine are Class B, and that's the third one is another issue. But we're at 12-to-1 ratios. I have low turnover. I have one of the lowest turnover rates in the parish that I know of, and that's because I pay my people more. I guide them more. I supervise them more. I teach them more. We have a very structured curriculum. I wish I would have brought a picture of my 2-year-olds in a classroom with 12 of them, because it would have been a nice picture. They would have been sitting at a desk or a table, and they would have been learning how to color within lines, how to possibly cut with scissors, singing songs, teaching them about months of the year, days of the week, colors, shapes, etc. And we are known for that structured curriculum. That's what we're known for. We've actually taken structured curriculum and added to it. And we have parents that are amazed when their 2-year-old goes home and says, "Mommy, the state dog is a Catahoula." Because we teach Louisiana history. We go way beyond what a lot of other centers do. And we have a lot of instruction time. We also have center time where they play with manipulatives and things like that help them, to grow in that area. But just about everything I can say has been touched on here, and we all have different feelings. In my particular case, I'm privately funded. So what y'all are talking about doesn't help me. It puts me out of business. That's what we're talking about. Because if you are giving centers or funding centers, basically whatever you fund them, with CCAP, and then my parents are having to pay me full price, we all know parents are going to go where they don't have to pay as much. It's just a fact. So that is a potentially fatal thing for my businesses, and I am against it. As far as the ratios go, I've never run into a problem with ratios because of the structured program that I put out there, because of the training we give our teachers. And that training mostly comes from me or my supervisors, directors. A director is not necessarily a supervisor at my center, and vice versa. We have curriculums that were built over the 10 years I've been in business by teachers bringing many years of experience into it, adding their own style, their own input as to what these children learn. And we began at age 2, teaching. Many daycares don't teach at age 2. It's more playtime. We actually do teach at 2, and we called it a pre-K2 for a very long time. I changed it based on what y'all call it now.
Please try to wrap up if you don't mind.
I'm sorry?
Please try to wrap up if you don't mind.
Okay. Just in dollars and cents, my parents would be asked to pay $275 more a month if you decrease these ratios down to 8-to-1. I have seen parents get laid off, get a cut in hours based on other things that are happening in the nation, and they're having a hard time keeping their children in daycare as it is. So when you ask parents to pay more, right now, I hear the economy is doing well. I don't see it. But asking them to pay more, they're not going to be able to. And I talk to my parents all the time, every day. They're struggling. They're struggling. And my daycares are going to struggle too. I don't think that we can... Louisiana is different than any other state in this nation, in many ways, in good and bad.
I need you to wrap up, please.
Okay.
I need to finish.
We can't necessarily expect to go by the national average because we are not the same as a Colorado or a California or a Massachusetts. So we have to keep that in mind also. And most of what I have here has been touched on. I just wanted to make the point that I do not take funding. So what you are talking about impacts me greatly and my award-winning centers and the 400 children a day that I am responsible for.
Thank you very much. Would Jean Burns and Gina Cahey make your way down, please? And Nancy Amato Conrad. And we'll start with you.
Good afternoon, members. John Warner Smith. I'm CEO of Education's Next Horizon. We support 2 recommended changes to what you have before you. The first has to do with ratios. We think 1 to 9 is reasonable, provided that you instead of the 1 to 10 that's been put before you, provided you tie it to funding. Whatever that threshold might be, 75% or perhaps even 50% of the survey rate, we think would be reasonable and perhaps achievable for all the reasons stated. I needn't repeat that to you. But, and then secondly, we support a reinstatement of the requirement that training be approved and that a registry be maintained of eligible training providers. Lastly, let me say that all this discussion that we're having today that we've heard, we could have had in 2011, 2010, and the same things would have been said. What's different is that we now have Act 3 of 2012. It changes the debate. It's not about, parents versus centers and cost versus quality. It's about the education of children birth to 5 years old and making these babies and children ready for kindergarten. That's what it's all about. And if we do nothing, which I think, practically speaking, if you adopt what you have before you, you do nothing. That 1 to 10 tied to a 75% threshold rate is not going to do anything. It's the status quo. And Act 12 mandates something better than the status quo. It mandates higher quality. You're not going to get it with a 1-to-11 ratio. I serve on the advisory council. I made the recommendation that we go to 1-to-8, thinking that was reasonable, that was doable. So please, we urge you to do the right thing. Keep Act 3 in mind. This is everything has changed. I agree with the superintendent. The funding issue is critical. We've got to get that straight. But change the policy with that in mind. Don't just adopt the policy without tying it some way to a change in somehow increasing that CCAP rate. So that's where we stand. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Lansing. I'm an owner and director of Central Early Learning Center. We've been in existence now for 29 years. We are a 4-star center and currently participating in the East Baton Rouge Parish pilot network. I am a certified trainer in the state of Louisiana through Pathways, and I wanted to come before you today to mention that not all centers have a large number of CCAP children. Our center, we have a number licensed to have a number of children of 179. Of that 179, 5 are CCAP children. 5 years ago, we had 35. So we have a lot of parents that are just above that bubble that allow them to receive CCAP funding, which is the assistance funding. Changing these ratios that were mentioned will hamper those families to be able to attend quality centers, in that these families are just now able to afford what we're able to charge. We charge right now $155 a week for 2-year-olds. With the change that is being proposed, or that many are asking for, of an 8-to-1, that would cost our families in the neighborhood of $2,000 a year, which would be an increase to $194 a week from the $155. And I dare say that would keep a lot of families from being able to attend. We had lowered our ratio about 4 years ago to a 10-to-1 ratio. We didn't have to do that to achieve our 4-star ranking, but we chose to do that. Our business model allows us to do that. But to continue to meet our obligations, financial obligations, it would be very difficult by changing those ratios without having to incur that or having to pass that cost on to our parents. And I believe many would not be able to afford that. So you have the CCAP group, low-income group, that's going to affect, but it's also going to affect that group that's just above that CCAP, or being able to attain CCAP funding, that I think also need to be considered in what we're discussing today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and I bet you guys did not think that when the child care industry came over from the Department of Children and Family Services that it would be this much fun. But thank you for taking your time to listen, and I am excited to be here. And I'm Jonathan Pierce. I am the current president of the Child Care Association of Louisiana. I do have 4 centers located in Acadiana. We, as an association, have been working alongside the Department of Education and all the other stakeholders that you have heard from throughout the afternoon. And I have to say that it's a rarity that we, as an industry, or any industry, can get along and praise the regulatory agency for the work that they've done and that they continue to do. So I do want to commend them, the department, as well as everybody else at the table. I don't want to sit here and waste time talking about money and everything else that you've heard of. So if we look at a photo that has been brought up a couple times of 11 or even 12 2-year-olds in a classroom with one teacher. If we take that photograph and we put an X on 2 or 3 of those children's faces, what are we saying? We are saying that we don't really care about those children. And I know that sounds harsh, but the reality is that those 2 or 3 children will not have a space in a licensed child care facility. Now, I say the word child care. If we look at 6.3, consideration of the proposed bulletin, Louisiana Early Learning Center licensing regulations. We are not daycares anymore. We are not child care centers. We are early learning centers. And these regulations, these proposed regulations as written, we fully support as an association. And the 2 or 3 children that would not have space in those child care or early learning centers would go to unlicensed, unregulated care. We have heard that throughout the afternoon. Those are unlicensed and unregulated. So what that means is they don't have to follow any of these regulations, any of these basic health and safety standards. Now, I say any, very few, I should say. They are monitored by the fire marshal. Now, the number of those family day homes, and these are just the ones that I have heard that we know about, is in the tens of thousands. I heard the number 17,000 in the state of Louisiana. They can take 6 children that are not related. Those are the ones that are following the rules. If we do the math, that's over 100,000 children. 54% currently of the children entering kindergarten do not come from those centers. That 54% that currently enters kindergarten with the tools that are needed to succeed come from your Head Start centers, your LA4 programs, and your currently licensed Louisiana Early Learning Centers. So I urge you, and I do actually need to say that the Child Care Association of Louisiana does fully support the current proposed Bulletin 137 and the proposed regulations. But thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Before you speak, I was going to ask for Sherry Corisco and Erica Conduit Diggs to please come down. These are the last 2.
Oh, sir, I didn't get your star rating. I'm sorry, I didn't hear your star rating.
I am currently not star rated at any of my centers.
Good afternoon. My name is Gina Cahey, and I'm the owner of 2 preschools. One has been open for 7 years, and the other is brand new and should be opening within the next several weeks. I'm also a retired elementary school principal. I retired last year, so I was really excited when the department took over, the licensing department, because coming from the school system, the entities were totally different. And I felt that the school system was doing a great job, and there was a lot that needed to be done as far as the child care industry is concerned. I've been hearing a lot of questions to certain owners about how many stars do you have. I just want to clarify something. I own a Class B center. Both of my centers are Class B centers. Star ratings, that doesn't mean that you're better than another center. Class B centers opt not to take part in the star rating system, but if you had to ask me, I feel that my center is a 10-star center. And the reason why I don't participate in it, first of all, the classes are very expensive. For Class B centers, we don't pay $10 for our classes. We have to pay sometimes $50 if it's done by an approved trainer for each person to participate in our classes. Not to mention we have to pay them for their time that they're staying. For one night in a class, it could cost me, I have 20-something employees, it can cost me up to $1,500 for one class. And in order to be in the quality star rating system, teachers have to have so many clock hours of classes. We do that ourselves on the job. And also there are no tax incentives. Class B centers do not receive any incentives when they are a part of the quality star rating system. And I consider our center a 10-star rating system, and we have the ratios for 2-year-olds are 12-1. I'm just like the other lady. Anybody can come by my center any day of the week and visit my center and see 12 2-year-olds in a classroom learning with a teacher who is very highly qualified. And the way I hire these qualified teachers is by I pay them a good salary, and in order for me to continue and keep those teachers who are maintaining those 2-year-olds in a learning environment is to pay them. If the ratios are lower, that will lower my funding. Therefore, I will not be able to continue to keep the high quality teachers that the department is asking and that we want to maintain. I call myself a 10-star center because I rely on how my kids perform on those kindergarten screenings when they go to school. I say we're a 10-star center because we receive letters from parents thanking us because their kid just scored within the 90th percentile on the screenings. I receive letters from other school principals, private as well as public, saying that their kids are performing high. Remember, our ratios are at the regular ratios. And I hire quality teachers, not to mention we supervise our teachers. And we provide ongoing training. And I think that if you provide that in the school, whether you're a low-income center getting CCAP money or not, I think it all pertains to what kind of quality teacher you have in the classroom. As a classroom teacher, I taught at St. Antoine Elementary, which was one of the lowest performing schools in Lafayette Parish. Guess what? My kids were of poverty, but when it came down to testing, my kids, their average was right up there with the other schools. If you look at Class B centers, which sometimes I feel like when we talk about centers, Class B centers are sometimes like the step kids because there's not a whole lot of talk about us. But we do not receive any funding. Our kids are not going to be in a database. Our centers will not be in a database. We totally rely on parents coming into our centers and supporting our centers. And if we have to lower ratio, we will be forced to raise tuition. I promise you, those parents are hardworking parents, and they cannot afford the increase in costs. Therefore, they will go put their kids in private sitters or with the grandparents, and then we have more kids coming to kindergarten unprepared.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments.
Can I just say one more thing, and I'm done?
One more thing very quickly.
As far as the training goes, we provide ongoing training. I don't mind training because I think really I do more than 12 hours of training per year. I just wish that it wasn't from supposedly an approved list. Pathways trainers are great, but for Class B centers, they charge what they charge to do trainings in our centers. We cannot afford 12 hours of training. You're looking at about $8,000 to $10,000 a year that our centers would have to pay for training. And also, when it comes to director qualifications, I definitely agree that they should have early childhood backgrounds, but I'm also on the advisory council, and one recommendation that I had was that elementary school teachers should be qualified as directors of centers. That was shot down. And I just believe that I was an early childhood teacher. I was a principal, runner-up for principal of the year at the state level and teacher level, state teacher of the year, but yet I was not deemed as qualified to be a director of a center.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your help. We're going to come back down here since you've been on this list a while.
My name is Jean Burns. I'm Associate Commissioner for Teacher and Leader Initiatives for the Louisiana Board of Regents. I'm here to speak in support of what's been discussed with lowering the ratios, but also at the same time working with the legislature in order to obtain funding in order to support the lower numbers. And in addition to that, for all of us who are speaking out in support of this to be there to support you as you go forth to the legislature. I do want to say that I do commend the Department of Education and Jenna Conway and the team that she's worked with, and State Superintendent White, for all of the engagement that has been involved with the policy, with the new regulations, the changes. I think, again, that we're only talking about 2 areas here that need to be considered for changes is pretty remarkable. I'd like to also say that speak out in support of having qualified individuals to be involved with the training for early childhood providers and for educators. During the last 3 years, I've had the opportunity to work with 4 different work groups here within our state that has been involved with identifying some changes that need to occur for birth through kindergarten certification. You'll hear more about that next month. One of the things that I came away, and we had many, many different early childhood educators be involved, one thing I came away with was working with children from birth to age 3 requires a special type of knowledge and skills that's very different than working with children from PK through 3rd grade within our state, as we have current certification within our state. It requires a knowledge that gets down to the development of children, and it requires individuals to have some special expertise. And as part of that special expertise, and Susan Smith Springer talked about this a little bit, but you need to be able to help children with their development, with language, with questioning, with engaging children in learning activities. And as our work groups have been working over the last 3 years to come forth with some recommendations, all of those recommendations have been focused on getting children ready to start school prepared to learn. We have looked at Act 3 as a way in which we need to be focused on helping children so that they are going to be successful once they reach school. And a lot of the conversations that have gone on today have been focused on the parents, but I think we also need to be focused on the children themselves. Having a lower ratio is going to allow teachers to have more time to work with the children, to engage them in the types of learning activities that we're going to be recommending to you when we come forth with the new certification requirements. So I just encourage you to take into consideration what's already been discussed about lowering the ratios, ensuring that there's some funding there to help support that, and ensuring that you have individuals who are educated in working with children from birth through kindergarten who will be involved in training.
Thank you very much. We're going to come back to you, Ms.
Good
Conrad.
afternoon. Excuse me. My name is Nancy Amato Conrad. I want to first of all compliment you all on your attention and your patience, because this has been a very long afternoon, and I can truly sympathize with both sides of the argument. I come to you from a wholly different perspective. I'm not a teacher. I don't have a daycare center. I really don't know the difference between A and B child care centers. I come to you as a retired juvenile court judge with 33 years of experience in Jefferson Parish. And I can tell you what I saw was the fallout of children not being ready to learn. When children are ready to learn and start school, we not only prepare them for an education, we prepare them for life. I can tell you in my years on the bench, I saw these at-risk children, and they come into the court system very early as school failures, and they just progress down the road to delinquency. And if you look at the rates at Angola of educational levels, they're very low. I'm sure that the majority of people in Angola do not have educational levels above the 8th grade. So when you think about this, you need to think about the future of this state. And we talk about having the highest incarceration rate in the world. Well, it's because we are not spending the money where we need to spend it on these little children and getting them prepared for school and for life. So I want to speak in favor of the resolution calling for a reduction in the number of students to a teacher.
And I say to you, you're here to pass the gold standard. It's time that we in Louisiana say, we want to be the best. We don't want to just chip away. We want to be the best. And the amendment is tied not only to a reduction in the rate of teacher ratio, but it's tied to an increase in the amount of funding. So we're talking about a gradual thing with the funding going up as the teacher ratio goes down. And I don't think anyone could dispute that we need people who are qualified to teach these children. The teachers need training in development, childhood development. So I thank you and ask you to really consider this is an important step.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your time.
Madam Chair.
One second. Ms. Conrad. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
I'm going to enjoy questioning a judge.
No, that's all right. I'm retired.
I'm a little bit confused. Are you recommending that we reduce the ratio irrespective of funding?
No,
or-
based on the amendment calls for the ratio to go down as the funding goes up.
So you-
That's what I recommend.
So you are supporting
The amendment.
recommendation
Yes.
from the department?
Yes. No.
No.
The recommendation from the floor.
There's no amendment on the floor, there's a proposal.
It's a proposed recommendation.
The proposed recommendation is that we reduce the ratio as funding is provided.
As funding is provided.
So you're not recommending that we approve reducing the ratio irrespective of
Right.
funding.
Exactly right.
And so it is the recommendation that's coming from the department.
I believe that,
No.
Judge, if I could say, that you would
Yes.
like a greater reduction for less increase in money.
No, I want the reduction based on the increase in money. But I want us to say that we are going to, that's the proposed amendment.
Yeah, but the recommendation from the department, irrespective of any recommendation.
But they don't want to say that it's going to be reduced incrementally year after year. They want to just go down to 10 this year. Am I not correct?
If funding-
Let me stop both of you. Let me stop both of you. There is no proposal on the table. There is only the department's recommendation at this time.
And that's
What
what
I
I'm
hear the
addressing.
judge saying is Ms. Bronfman presented us with
Right.
a thought for us to consider.
Right.
That's what she's saying
That's
she
what I-
is supporting,
yes, I'm
which is on the
supporting
back
that.
of the picture. But it is not on our table at this
Right.
moment of time.
I'm not trying to address a proposed recommendation.
Well, she
I'm
does not,
trying-
yeah.
I'm
she's-
trying to address the recommendation from the department.
She disagrees.
I disagree. I
But he's
disagree.
asking for clarification. Am I correct?
No, he's just.
But as I understand it, the recommendation from the department is that we reduce the ratio if funding is provided.
I think,
Isn't
Judge.
that accurate?
That is accurate, Mr. Lee. Judge, I believe you want us to commit to further reductions over
Absolutely.
time. Yeah.
Yes.
In principle, it's the same
the
thing.
same thing.
Hers is maybe a degree further than ours.
Yes.
And by the way, that captures the essence of the last 4 hours.
Thank you.
Please.
I'm Sherry Garisco, and I'm the interim director of the Louisiana Partnership for Children and Families, and I'm having a bit of deja vu because prior to that work, I was head of the Division of Child Care and Early Childhood Education at DCFS. And so I can tell you I have listened to these discussions for many years and many times, so I will be brief. One of the things I would say is, as far as the training recommendation, simply add the word approved. That gives the department, and this should be a department function, the full flexibility in designing whatever that approval process looks like. I trust Jenna Conway. She is a smart gal, has smart staff, and I think that they can come together with what is a less cumbersome process than we have now, but that needs to be done. When it comes to ratios, I would just urge you to be careful about putting dates in licensing regulations. Yes, you want to get to the 75th percentile by December, and then 9 months later or 6 months later, you would have people drop down to that ratio. So you're looking at July 2016 before this goes into effect. One of the things, and Jen and I have had this conversation, but I don't know that you have fully looked at this yet, but between the child care assistance rate, what you're being paid with the quality bonus, the school readiness tax credit, and possibly even the pilot participation, you may be very close to that 75th percentile now. And so, again, I would just say that, yes, you have to have the funding in order to reduce the ratios. In developing the quality rating system, what we did was to incentivize in a voluntary fashion so that people could begin to see how having lower ratios actually helped in their center. You heard Christy Givens here from Kids of Excellence, very passionate speaker. What else I know about Christy is that she could fill her center tomorrow with 100% private pay. Because of her choice, she decides that she wants to keep and serve low-income families. I also know that she was a participant in Goldman Sachs training, financial training. The new federal regs are asking to see if we can give some business training to child care centers. One of the things that I am so proud of is that through the quality rating system, we brought in another revenue stream other than child care assistance. I would urge you to think about getting other revenue streams, such as perhaps from the Economic Development Department, to help fund financial literacy and other kinds of trainings like that for our very committed child care center owners who want to do the right thing for our children, but don't have, I think, all the tools that they need. So those are the two things I would say, is just be careful about putting a specific date by which you will drop the ratios. What if you're able to find that funding earlier? Then you're tied to that. The other thing is you can always come back within a year's time, which is the thing that I suggested in an email that I sent to all of you today. Come back in a year's time after you have looked at the 2-year-old ratio. Look to see how you can incentivize infant-toddler care. What is the true cost of care? And how can you learn from centers like Christy and others who have dropped their ratio and can sit before you today and say, I'm still making money? How can you use their expertise? So that would be my recommendation for you. And don't lose sight of the fact that we have made great progress in the development of these rules. I know we have had a long discussion here today. I want to thank you for many of the changes that you have made. I think they will clearly make a difference not only in our children, but also in how our national ranking is observed.
Thank you very much. Erica?
Absolutely. Well, good afternoon now. My name is Erica McConduit-Diggs. I'm the president and CEO of the Urban League of Greater New Orleans. I actually think we bring a very unique perspective to this conversation. Our organization is over 76 years old. We operate workforce development programs. We operate parent engagement programs. We operate a Head Start program, early Head Start. Even that was over 15 years now, but even before that, for over 40 years, we operated a parent-child center, and we also operate a women's business resource center and an entrepreneurship center. So clearly, all sides of this discussion are extremely important to us. We are sensitive to the financial challenges that have been expressed by some of the business owners. We advocate to support small business owners. Likewise, we advocate to support parents and quality education options for them, as you probably are best familiar with our work in that area. And we know how important it is to have early learning opportunities that are high quality. So we are in support of lower ratios, of course, with funding attached, and we know how critical it is that we have quality trainings for all of our teachers. I also think I bring a unique perspective to this conversation because knowing that I'm the last speaker, I can say that I'm the only one to stand before you today and say that I am a parent of a 2-year-old. And so while I often speak on behalf of parents, today I get to speak to you as the parent of a 2-year-old little boy who I think is quite phenomenal, but I would wonder if his teachers would describe him the same. He is rambunctious, and so every time I walk him into his classroom every morning, you know, I go in knowing that he's happy. He is in a setting where he has more than 4 or 5 teachers around him. I have different options than many families in the state of Louisiana. I recognize that. But I could never advocate for something, anything, less than what I would want for my child. We are talking about low-income families. It is critical, most critical, that we provide those children quality experiences. It is what I expect for mine. It is what all parents and you as the elected body must provide to the constituents you serve. So I thank you for your time. Please, please, this is a win for all of us to set standards high. We have a unique opportunity. It doesn't have to be a zero-sum game. If we are going to keep ratios at a certain level, at the very least, let us make sure that the training we provide to the teachers is of high quality. Thank you.
Thank you. We only thought you were the last speaker. Kelly Boudreaux, you've been here the whole time. Did you fill out a card earlier and we didn't call your name? I apologize for that. If you would, please come have your time and tell us something new and different.
My name is Kelly Boudreaux. I'm the director of the Early Learning Center of Ponchatoula. It's a Montessori preschool. And basically, I think you guys are doing a great job.
Would you check your mic and make sure the green light is on? And
It's
just
on.
pull
It's
closer.
on.
Thank
It's
you.
on. Okay. And I really didn't want to be up here all by myself. But
I'm
anyway.
sorry.
I think everybody's doing a great job. I appreciate all your hard work. In my 2-year-old classroom, I have an 8-to-1 ratio. It is doable. And yes, everything that's been said today is correct. Funding and so forth. But if it is dropped down, I'm not going to raise the tuition across the board for all my parents. I'm going to figure out a creative way to make it work because it's about the kids. I do have about 7 CCAP children, and I do have several foster children, and the rest private pay. So that's it. It is doable.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I apologize to you for being last, but thank you. There are no more public comments. I'm looking for any questions or direction from our board.
And I'd like to hear those before I put forth a motion.
Is there a motion on the
I think
floor?
we may be coming it out.
There's a motion.
Okay,
Motion to
Superintendent?
accept the proposal?
Yes, that's
Let
the
me
motion on the
just
floor.
summarize, just so we're all clear. Here's what it sounded like to me. Everybody agrees with the need for more money. Everybody agrees that lower ratios is a good thing. It's a question of how fast you can get where you need to go. The proposal in front of you says if we get to 75% funding, we drop to 10-to-1 ratio. I would propose we keep that, and that you also require that after the legislative session, we revisit this issue to determine what funding gains we got, if any, and to see if we need to adjust our pace of change. That's not in the motion. Sorry, that's not in the regulations. That would require an additional motion. But that would mean that at the June meeting, we would just come back and we would address this issue again to see what funding changes were made. That would be one thing. On the other question of the approvals and so on, we can certainly have a discussion. But it just struck me that there's no reason to try to play in this gray space. We may as well just call it for what it is. Let's approve the regulations in front of us, which I think try to achieve what people want us to achieve, but then let's revisit it to see what funding gains we got after the session.
So, John, at 50, it would be 10 to 1, but at 75, it would be 9 to 1.
Jenna, can you just explain, just briefly, the proposed regulations, just so we all have them very clear right out of your mouth on the class size ratios?
Jenna Conway, the Department of Education. The current proposed regulations only move it down for Type 2 and Type 3 centers from 1 to 11 down to 1 to 10 based on achieving the 75th percentile of the market rate.
No. So the 9 to 1 is just from this document. And so this document is proposing to go to 9 to 1 as of 2017. I think we all agree that'd be a great thing. I just don't want to set you down the road of approving a policy that is either too unrealistic or is too, maybe sells us short, because the legislature made decisions that are totally out of our control. So why don't we just set the 10 to 1 regulation in motion, and then in 6 months revisit after the session is done to see whether there was funding added, and we'll know more then. That would be my recommendation.
I
have a question.
I don't know that we would need to amend the motion.
The motion on the board is the department's recommendation. That's the only motion on the board.
As amended.
I mean, on the floor.
As amended, with the amendment that they passed out.
So if we...
Yes.
Oh, yes, with the one correction on the paper.
And what I was suggesting, Madam Chairman, is that you could have an additional motion if you wanted to, but that's a understanding here.
Or a substitute motion.
Well, I think there's a lot involved in this that we would probably have to, and somebody think this through with me, pass this with the exception of whatever you wanted to amend, or just pass it and then amend what we've already passed. I think would be the cleanest way to do. I'm sorry?
It's a notice of intent, so it might be cleaner to do it all in one, like after we decide what it is that we want to do. I just want to...
I'm for doing it the easiest way. So we want to go ahead and do the amendment?
Do the notice of intent and then do a separate.
Okay. I thought that's what I said. All right. So my understanding is what we are doing now is voting on whether to accept the proposal of the department, knowing that then we can amend. We can make a separate motion to amend so that will be very clean for getting it out for the notice of intent.
Not a separate motion to amend, but a separate motion related to this item.
Yes, thank you, yes. So we are voting right now to, Mr. Garvey.
Yeah, before we vote, I'd like to offer a substitute motion to incorporate the amendments or the changes that were proposed by Ms. Bronford.
Everyone has a copy of those under the picture. We have a motion to amend with a second on the floor.
Who's the second, please?
Ms. Dr. Marianti. Ms. Bofi.
So one of the things that I'm struggling with here is regulating businesses that do not receive public money. And so there's this huge difference between regulating schools, regular public, traditional public schools, charter schools that receive public money, and then regulating early learning centers that receive no public money. So my question on the ratio piece for the staff that's had an opportunity to think about this is what would be the consequences of having ratios for those who receive public money and separate ratios for those that don't receive public money? Do you want to speak
I
to
don't
that?
actually think that the ratios affect a center that is receiving no public funding. Is that right?
I think it's written as that.
In the regulations as required by the law, there are 3 types, Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3. Type 1 is a historical precedent that is typically faith-based and receives absolutely no funding. Type 2 is a center that receives no public funding or only the food and nutrition program. And Type 3 are the Act 3 publicly funded CCAP, Head Start, Early Head Start, LA4, and SECD programs.
So the question is to which of those do the ratio requirements apply?
The ratio requirements apply to type 2, which receives no public funding, or the food and nutrition, and type 3.
So what I heard from the testimony is that our children who are most at risk need the environments with the lower ratios because they need more interactions at school. So that's what I heard. What I'm afraid of is that if we do a certain set of ratios for type 2, then stricter ratios for type 3 who receive public money, and I'm a little more comfortable regulating more, then that's a disincentive for people to be type 3s.
And that's why type 2 and type 3 are set at the same amount.
Is that in the law? Or is that in the law or in the regs?
In the regulations.
Okay. Yes.
So to answer your question, the regulations as written do impact centers that take only private money. That was what your question was.
My question is more along the lines of what would the consequences be of having different ratios for different types? So I feel more comfortable regulating more tightly learning centers that take public funding, right? It's the ones who don't take public funding, and when we're here acting like we know what's the right thing for all these people who already are in an environment where parents choose the centers, like that's where I get uncomfortable, is regulating people where there's choice, parents are making decisions. So philosophically, I struggle with that one. Though I fear that if we go and regulate type 3 tightly and not type 2, then people are not going to want to be type 3s, and our kids who don't want to be our kids who need to be served the most are not going to have opportunities. Correct. Just like I fear that we lower the ratio and our kids who need to be served are going to be sent underground, as some people said, or to environments where there's no kind of oversight. So there's this huge struggle between maintaining the right balance to make sure that our kids have the opportunities that they need.
And so I think with the proposal, and this is interesting that I'm going along with John White, but I think the proposal that the department is proposing, it would balance it out. That's because it will balance for both centers, because if the funding is not there, then we have to come back and revisit it anyway. But right now, if we move forward with what the department is proposing, I think it would level the playing field for both centers until we figure out the funding. But ask your question.
Things to talk about.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was quiet when everybody was at the table.
You did good.
So the other thing about the Bronfman Amendment number 2 is the registry. Like, I don't believe that we can also pretend that we have the ultimate stamp of approval. You know, we have someone who is principal of the year, teacher of the year, who's running a center. Like, to believe that we can make a list and someone can train in a few hours her staff better than she can every single day of the week, I think is inaccurate, to say the least. So I believe that we could get better than the registry piece, and I think it's more about quality. I think it's about having people giving feedback to the department on the kind of quality training that they receive. And so I think we can do some more thinking around that one. I don't believe that it should be restricted the way that it is in the amendment here, but I think that we could do a better job than what we've thought about so far, and just in a little bit of time with talking to some centers that there's already ideas coming to surface. So I don't think that one's solved. And so I just want the department to spend more time on that one as well.
Dr. Moranti.
First of all, I think this is a wonderful document. I really do. There's been so much work, thanks to our group. It's been wonderful. But we heard some things this afternoon, and I think I would feel a whole lot better if the recommendation by the state, by the State Department, would include the reduction. I would feel so much better if we were able to do that. We heard things beyond. I don't want to put anybody out of business. I really, really don't. But I really think that we heard some very serious things today regarding safety. We heard things about the criminal justice system. We heard from both sides, and I think that our responsibility is to really look at what's in the best interest of those minor children. So if I could hear the State Department recommendation include going from the 10 to the 9 with increased funding, I would feel so much better, Joan.
Yes.
And you're saying that would be contingent on more money. How much more money?
Whatever we can get from the legislature, whatever we can get from other funding sources.
I guess my sense is I agree with you about the goal. I'm totally with you on the goal. I guess I feel like we're doing some very complicated financial kinds of calculations, and we're doing a bit on the fly. I'm happy to take a instruction about a process from you, and that's why I had suggested let's revisit it after the session, and you could instruct us to revisit it after the session and deliver a report. I feel like we're kind of messing with people's lives, like how much they pay for their child's care, how much they run their business, and it just seems like there's just no way up here we're going to come to a rational, reasonable calculation. If there's a process, we could deliver a report, and after the session to determine how much funding we have and so on, I would welcome that. I just have no knowledge as to what the economic impact of nine kids per teacher would be.
Okay, I think that's fair. I think we can come back with a report. This is a notice of intent. And I think it's an opportunity for us to marshal our forces to go to the legislature to say, this is so important, this is what we have to do. So I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I think that I've certainly seconded your motion, Jim, but I do believe that we're not going to step down. We're going to say we would go with this, but this is what we want to do after we have some more information.
I think that what we would need is after we vote to accept it, that there be a motion or either a directive to the superintendent to put this back on the agenda in June or in some definitive month so that we know that it's coming back to us.
The first meeting after the conclusion of the legislative session?
Perfect. Mr. Rammer.
And I'm going to be very brief. I appreciate everybody's comments today. You know, the other part that we need to consider, assuming we come back to consider this again in June, maybe we're not, maybe we'll pass Mr. Garvey's motion, but this impacts, we're talking about changing the CCAP reimbursement rate. You know, there's more, there are plenty of early learning centers that have a mix of 40 students, only 4 of whom are receiving CCAP. So as you start playing with that ratio that impacts those students, you got to wonder if are they going to choose to serve those 4 students anymore. So I mean, it is very complicated. I don't want to make light of everyone's argument for a lower ratio. I think it makes a great deal of sense. But it's not as simple as lowering the ratio and then tomorrow everybody's going to be served better.
Correct.
So I appreciate everybody's patience and comments. I think everyone has given this a great deal of thought, but I too agree with Ms. Bophy. I also have a great deal of concern of regulating an entity that takes no public monies at all, that we're going to change their business model when in fact it's a choice for a parent to walk in the front door. So I mean, that needs to be considered. I think this is a good, and I commend everyone involved. I mean, to get this far on this document and to actually have groups at the table that voluntarily agreed to a higher standard, quite frankly. And there is a higher standard in here than what currently exists. That is remarkable progress, and that is remarkable effort. And I want to commend everybody at the table because I'll be honest, if I was the private enterprise sitting on the other side of the table, I'm not certain I'd be as well, that probably comes as no shock to anybody. I'd probably be very hard-headed about it. But anyway, I appreciate everyone's comments. I'm not going to support Mr. Garvey's motion, but I do support the idea of revisiting it post legislative session.
So I have to clarify, have you rescinded your second, Dr. Moranti? Did you rescind your second of the motion? Okay. So we have a motion, but we need a second.
Second.
Well, I'm sorry.
Ms. Orange Jones, I'm sorry.
What motion do we have?
Your motion.
Oh, okay. So we do have a second on it now?
We do.
Okay, good.
We have a motion and a proper second. We need roll call. Are there any more comments?
I need a little clarification
I'll do my best.
between the amendment and without the amendment.
Okay. Do you want to take it, Mr. Rummer? I'll let you.
Well, maybe I can try and somebody can clear it up. The recommendation from the department is found on page 97 if you want to look at the ratios of your booklet. And statute 1711D, E and F deal with ratios. D deals with type 2 and type 3 center ratios. Item F deals with type 1 center ratios. The recommendation from the State Department is that type 2 and type 3 centers would operate at a ratio of 11:1 for 2-year-olds. However, if funding for CCAP is increased to the 75th percentile based on the 2012 Louisiana Market Survey, that the ratio from on 11:1 would be dropped 10:1. That's what the recommendation is from the state.
Okay.
The recommendation from this that we have in front of us, alternative that Mr. Garvey has suggested, does 2 changes. Well, 3 in reality. Did you recommend all of them, the ratio and the training, or just the just ratio? The first is that the 75th percentile number that's in the state recommendation is changed to the 50 percentile rating from in the amendment. Okay, so the funding has to move not up to 75 percentile for there to be a ratio change. It has to move to the 50th percentile to be a ratio change. Furthermore, it not only drops it to 10:1, it would actually drop it to 9:1 if it's reached the 75th percentile. So the barrier to lower the initial ratio is lower, and then the amount of lowering of the ratio is greater than the state's recommendation. That's the primary difference in the ratio. The second issue is that the state would keep a registry of approved trainers that early learning centers had to use someone from that list. What the department has suggested is such a list will exist, but only as a recommendation, not as a mandate. Did I say that clearly?
Yes, you did.
So we're at the 10th percentile right now.
Funding-wise, yes.
And we would need to get to the 50th percentile to be at a 10:1.
According to what you seconded or previously recommended. In the state's recommendation, we have to get to the 75th percentile in order to drop it to 10:1. Versus the motion that Mr. Garvey made, which is if we got to the 50th percentile, we would drop it to 10:1. If we got to the 75th percentile, it would be dropped to 9:1.
And so what's wrong with that? John?
What's wrong with what?
With being able to do exactly what you just said.
I just kind of articulated it.
I know, I heard that.
With being able to do what?
50th, 10:1, 75th, 9:1.
Well, I think it's just a question of people's ability to, I mean, look, it's all the same amount of money. It's a question of who you charge the money to. So if you go with more restrictions and less money to the child care, they just pass that on to the parent. So you have a lower class size, but you have a higher tuition. I mean, this is the same as any school. I'm not arguing. You could argue that both ways. But we chose to draw a line in the sand somewhere, and this is our line. Melanie has a different line. All I'm suggesting is one way to mediate it might be support our line, but then require us to come back and visit it once we know how much money we were able to actually achieve.
And that's what I'll do.
So, as I understand it, we are now voting. It was a substitute motion or amended? I'm sorry?
You want me to do it?
Yeah, I'll let you do it. That'd be great.
Okay. So, the motion on the floor, in my very simple terms, is to approve as a notice of intent the backup that appeared in your packets with the one revision that the department handed out and is before you on a white sheet of paper with yellow, to strike from Section 1707A, Item 3. The wording is a director or director designee shall be at least 21, age 21, and have a high school diploma or GED. That language will be struck. The Section 1711F will be amended to include Ms. Bronfen's language, which Mr. Romer reviewed with y'all, and Section 1721A will be amended to include Ms. Bronfen's language, which Mr. Romer reviewed. So that is the motion before the board. Dr. Beebe?
Wait, so we're voting on the motion that Mr. Garvey?
Mr. Garvey's motion, seconded by Ms. Orange Jones.
Sorry, I hate to make it more complicated. I just want to clarify, Mr. Garvey, are you certain that you wanted both those items together?
Yes.
Okay.
And your second still stands?
My second stands.
Okay. So, Dr. Beebe?
Well, before I cast my vote, I do want to thank everyone for coming today to express your positions. And it is a rare day. I have to agree with Ms. Hill. I am supporting the department's recommendation, so I vote in objection to Mr. Garvey's motion, or substitute motion.
Dr. Beebe votes no. Ms. Bophy?
No.
Ms. Bophy votes no. Mr. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Garvey votes yes. Mr. Guillot is absent, not in attendance, excuse me. Ms. Hill?
No.
Ms. Hill votes no. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Dr. Moranti?
No.
Dr. Moranti votes no. Ms. Orange Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Orange Jones votes yes. Mr. Romer?
No.
Mr. Romer votes no. Ms. Smith is not in attendance. Ms. Bradford, do you wish to vote? Ms. Bradford votes no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The motion fails. Okay, now we go to the initial motion, which was made by, hold on, Ms. Bophy, seconded by Dr. Moranti, to approve the department's recommendation, including the one amendment that was handed out at your seat that appears in yellow to section, I think it's 1707.
Can I make an amendment?
You can always make an amendment.
I would move that we require the trainers and registry. Approve the recommendation, but with, my amendment is
Can't hear you.
to include
This language, can you
requirement.
speak into the mic? We can't hear you.
Mr. Lee, he's saying they're not hearing you.
My amendment is that we require trainers, trained trainers, and registry.
That it be mandated that they have to use someone off of that registry, the language
Yes.
that's on this. Am I
Second.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
And Mr. Garvey seconds that amendment to the motion.
Just to comment?
Surely.
I think, just to comment, I think my conversations with providers have led me to think that that's a prudent thing. I think it's not the most critical element of all of this if the department gets the approval process right, which we need to do. That's where the red tape will come out of the way.
We are going to approve the document with the adjustment of 1707 that we have at our desk, and also the 1721A language would be changed to reflect the language of this document that we received from Ms. Bronfen.
Concerning trainers and registry.
Right, that's this. Ms. Bophy.
So what happens if it fails?
Then you go back to the original motion, which was to approve what the department recommended.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay, would you explain that again?
If this fails, then we're back where we are right now.
Right. To the
With just
original
approving
motion.
the department's recommendation. If this passes, then everything is the same with the exception of Section 1721A, which will restore the requirement of continuing education training must be conducted by trainers approved by the department and on a trainer registry as follows. So we are going to give a mandated list of approved trainers and maintain that list, but also require that the training comes from someone on that list.
And that's what we voted on.
That's the amendment now. Roll call.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I don't know if I have the actual form. We got these papers.
Do you have this? Do you have the picture with this? It's that language at the bottom.
Okay.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. I have
Okay,
some-
it's okay.
So we're going to, the amendment that was just put on the floor is to add this.
Just the second one.
the second part.
1721A, Ms. Bronfen's amendment in red.
Okay.
And
And all the other.
All the other.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
Roll call, please.
Certainly. Dr. Beebe?
Yes.
Dr. Beebe votes yes. Ms. Bofi?
No.
Ms. Bofi votes no. Mr. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Garvey votes yes. Mr. Gio is not present. Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill votes yes. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Dr. Moranti?
Yes.
Dr. Moranti votes no. Ms. Orange-Jones?
No, she voted
I'm-
yes.
I'm-
She
oh,
voted
said
yes.
I'm
She
sorry.
did. She did.
I'm sorry.
That's
For
okay.
some reason, when she says yes, I hear no. Okay, so Dr. Moranti votes yes. Ms. Orange-Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Orange-Jones votes yes. Mr. Romer?
No.
Mr. Romer votes no. Ms. Smith is not in attendance. Ms. Bradford, do you wish to vote?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, you wish to vote, and yes, your vote is yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The motion passes.
That is the end of that motion. Next item.
Next item is item 6.4 on page 110.
Point of order.
Point of order.
You didn't vote on the original, on
So
the
that's
amended motion.
That was how we did it. We did the
that was
amended
it.
motion to that section of the entire article. We were voting on a whole thing with that amended motion. Is that not what you thought you were doing?
I don't agree with that, but I guess you called it.
Well, that's how we read it out.
All right. It's kind of technical.
Yeah. Okay.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes, Mr. Garvey.
There was also talk about another motion that would require this whole issue to come back to
thank you,
us at
thank
the
you,
end of the
thank you.
legislative session.
Yes, yeah, it can be a motion or directive.
Make
this
that
be-
motion.
Thank you, Mr. Garvey. Do you have a second?
Yes.
Dr. Moranti. The motion is, and please correct me if this is not the gist of your motion, that this, that the ratio part of this will come back to BESE at the first meeting following the end of the legislative session.
Which will be June.
We hope it's, yes, June.
We hope.
That's what I said. I'm not putting any parameters. I'm just saying the first meeting afterwards, and likely June. Does that hit what you're trying to get to? Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any objection to this motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. Next item.
I should say quickly.
Shirley.
I want to just, Lisa Brochard just left the room, but I want to thank Jenna Conway in particular. I also want to thank Bridget and Aaron and Lisa Brochard who just left. They've been working on this for 2 years, and they've done an amazing job. So please thank them with me. Thank you.
Your next item, you ready? On page 110, item 6.4, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 111, the Louisiana School District and State Accountability System related to the process of calculating the graduation index. The department recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
Thank you, Ms. Buffy. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Oh, yeah. Thank you, Ms. Orange. Sorry. Any objection, any comments? Any objection to the motion? Motion passes. Next item.
Next item is on page 113. Item 6.5, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 118, statewide assessment standards and practices to update assessment options for limited English proficient students. The department recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
Thank you, Ms. Bugby. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Orange Jones. Any comments? Any objection?
I do have a comment,
Okay,
actually.
please.
You know, I know this is related to a very specific element, but the question of limited English proficiency is actually changing across our state, certainly in my region and in my district. And I'm just curious, Superintendent, if you could sort of speak to just any sort of insights you have on how our work is developing in schools in terms of better supporting our growing population of students with limited English proficiency.
Yeah, I think this is an enormous challenge. We are exploring statewide support contracts regarding day-to-day teaching and learning with students who are ESL in particular, as opposed to bilingual. We also are exploring regulations to bring back to the board that will allow for greater hiring flexibility in terms of hiring educators who can assist. And finally, we need to do more to build partnerships with education schools that will then develop programs specifically for certifying, in particular, ESL teachers, which we have a very, very small number of coming out of our ed schools right now. This is an important piece. It's not the whole ball of wax, but it allows for math assessment to be taken in Spanish language, which has never happened in Louisiana before. The LEAP was never administered in Spanish before. This allows for the math assessment to be administered in Spanish language.
That's great. What's the timeline on the regs for flexibility in hiring?
I'm going to be reviewing internal proposals in December. We have a working group of personnel directors, Dr. Beebe, who are 5 of them getting together and talking this through, and we should have proposals in January, I would imagine. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. That is our last item on this agenda. Thank you for your patience, but most of all, thank you for your participation and comments. We get better when we all work together, whether we're on the same side or not. Thank you for being here and showing up and giving an opinion.
She's so great.
We are adjourned.